Good morning across the world and welcome back to Championship Sunday for the North American Spring Cup presented by Mobile One. Today, we crown a champion for this regional event and set the tone for how things are going to be panning out for North America here in the spring split. Welcome back. This is the desk. This is the pre-show. We got kickoff of V1 versus Space Station in just under half an hour. You can see it counting down there in the upper left. I'm Wave Puck. I got a Gibbs as always. I got a Daz. Stacks, how you doing, man? How you feeling? It's Championship Sunday.
I'm so ready to go with this Sunday. I mean, what a crazy Spring Cup we've had, not just in this region, but all around the world. It's been a wild weekend.
It has been crazy. We've seen teams we did not expect to be here. We've seen teams that we expected to be here not be here. Daz, how you doing, man? It's been a little over 24 hours since Genji got embarrassed on the main broadcast here. How you doing?
Embarrassed? Okay, listen. First of all, these things happen, okay? No one was saying all this with FaZe, what happened to FaZe in the Invitational.
We didn't have a caster who was on FaZe, so I'm just saying.
Right? That's true. That's fair.
Hey, listen, Gen G fans, it's okay. Y'all made Sunday.
Hey, here he is. He's right there, folks. He's right there. He's Genji's on the broadcast.
That's okay. Y'all get your licks in now. I'm gonna have my turn later.
No. Folks, this is going to be a great show. I'm really excited for everybody to watch. Let's talk about where we're at in the season, how things are going. If you're just now joining into the Rocket League scene, you've missed a lot of action, but we're happy you're here. You got here as soon as you could. We're in the spring split, so that kind of aquamarine bar there in the middle. We've gone through the fall and the winter. We're now in the spring split cup here in the middle of the spring splits. We got one more event after this online event before the Boston Major, July 6th through 9th, and all of that's leading up to the Rocket League World Championship in Dusseldorf, Germany, kicking off August 3rd, having the main event there for fans and everybody to be in the house at the end. Should be showing up there at the end for the 13th. It's going to be great, folks. We are plugging our way through our week. We are just concluding this week's of broadcast, so here's what's coming up for the next week. Tons of action. We got Sub-Saharan Africa, EU, and South America, as well as the APAC region playing this next weekend. And then following that, we're going to have CRL Worlds. So we're going to have a long time before we see North America compete again. But tons of world action, Rocket League action happening across the globe here. Also, Daz, we got First Touch on Wednesday. You got anything special for Wednesday you can
that First Touch is going to be a long episode for me. I'm going to keep it honest, but listen, I've been fighting all weekend. I'm going to fight on Wednesday as well. It'll be a good show. Definitely keep it locked in for that. Lots to talk about.
It's going to be a good one, folks. And if you're saying like, man, I love all this online action, but I wish I could see the people in person, boy, I've got great news for you. Exclamation point tickets in chat. You can come and hang out with us. Stacks, it's the best thing that Rocket League's got to offer.
Absolutely. I mean, seeing all this happen in a live environment. We're going to be at a Gannis Arena at Boston University. And listen, I know I'm a UMaine guy, but that is an exquisite arena. I cannot wait to see a full crowd packed into that. It's a hockey arena. Remember last time we were at a hockey arena, Season 7 Worlds? Yep. It's going to be amazing.
And it's Northeast, baby. We have the best fans up here, Stack. So yeah, exactly. We're gonna have a good time.
Here we go.
Yeah, we got a lot of pride, folks. I love people being proud of where they're from. Let's talk about what happened yesterday, though, because the shenanigans and the upsets did not stop Daz. NRG back in the driver's seat.
The General did it again. My goodness gracious. Yeah. We're hearing the oh no's from Gibbs. We're hearing it. Well, we should be hearing it from Wave Puck. Y'all both had G2 winning this one. Guess what? I was the only one. And a chat vote. They had NRG coming through with the victory. They were clowning me on Twitter. They were saying, we don't want you. I don't care. Because these guys showed up and showed out. G2 put up a good fight. But at the same time, there were mistakes there on both sides. That's why this one went to the distance. Garrett G with the closer. Look at him get hyped. That's Captain America. My goodness, it was great to see them open up the day.
Okay. Anyways, to the good teams now in the upper bracket. Space Station Gaming had a battle with Furia, and it looked real bad for SSG early on. They were such a great defensive team coming in, then Card just went off in game one, and then things kind of turned around. Hoxer and LJ combined for 10 of their 11 goals in the series. Tell you what, Hoxer has been the pickup of the offseason, it seems, so there may be somebody else who has something to say about that later on today.
And we talk about the golden opportunity of the upper bracket. Well, Furia lost out and they're out of the tournament. Optic, we didn't even show the V1 highlights because Optic didn't do anything in that game. So let's show these highlights. Oh, wait, Optic again really didn't do anything throughout the series. FaZe in the lower bracket, so deadly. They only gave up 3 goals. It was a full team effort across the board. And Optic went 0-8 on the day. They were basically one match away from guaranteeing a major. Now they're basically a coin flip chance. So not a great day for Optic. But moving on, we got...
Anyways, back to greatness. Like I was saying, you said, oh, we got the good teams now. Oh, what? This is your good team, Furia, going up against who? That's Squishy doing that. What? Justin. Oh, goodness, he has a beard. He's getting old. Oh, my gosh. But guess what? He doesn't seem to have lost his touch. Speaking of loss, you saw him on the plays there. Furia was definitely showing up left, right, and center, but it just wasn't enough at the end of the day. Even with all the pressure, even with going up against NRG here, they still end up pulling through at the end of the day. And I don't think anybody had this bracket going into Championship Sunday. What are we seeing here?
Maybe James did. He's the only person that possibly had this bracket. These are the matches we saw yesterday, folks, and you can see the matches we have today coming up there. Virgin 1 versus Space Station, FaZe Clan versus NRG. The top 4 teams here, Gibbs, remaining in the Spring Cup presented by Mobile One.
And that version 1 Space Station match is huge. Daniel versus his old team. Whoever wins that is in the grand final with 2 lives. The other team will have to bracket reset them. And then, of course, we looked through that lowers. It was so incredibly important to win your upper matches because you ran into a hot FaZe Clan and you ran into, I'm going to say it, a hot NRG squad as well who survived the lower bracket. So they'll meet in the bottom side of that bracket. But it's deadly down there. You don't want to drop down.
And the spring points are looking crazy as well here, Stacks. Optic was in second yesterday. Space Station has now leapfrogged them for second place, only 1 point behind Complexity, who aren't in this tournament. We should have a different number 1 by the end of this.
Yeah, and for these teams that are down near the 4, 5, 6 spot, you know, and anytime you watch one of those shark movies and the music starts to crescendo a little bit, watch NRG climbing up the ladder. They are right on their heels now. And if they can win this next round, they go up even further. They end up on the left side of the screen. Ooh, boy. NRG making a run, and that just makes everything even spicier for the NA Invitational, which feels like forever from now.
And that's going to be insane because we got 10 teams that have a really good shot at making that top 5. So going into the final regional of the entire year is going to be so exciting because North America, it is wide open right now.
It's going to be fantastic. Now, we saw some amazing Rocket League yesterday. We showed you the highlights of how the results went, but there were some specific plays that jumped out. Gibbs, walk us through the North American top 3.
There we go. We're going to start at number 3. The General NRG coming out with the defense to the offense. A full team effort. I probably blew out my microphone doing that, but Justin going off the crossbar and the post-it. It spills out to Squishy, the perfect pass to Garrett G, and he slots it near post. NRG, it's been a full team effort throughout this entire tournament, and they are back. Top 4. Garrett's playing 3 days in a row. He loves it. Number 2, let's go to King Card. Fury might not be in the tournament anymore, but this shot was fantastic. Going off the stealing, delays the flip reset. He has to add 1 more touch to set this up perfectly and puts it bottom side of the goal. So LJ, who's off that backboard, cannot make the save. Perfect placement there by Card. Number 1, we could have had all top 3 be first killer. We decided to only put 1 in. He grabs the mid boost. He gets the triple tap flip reset goal. Every single touch, pixel perfect. And as Daz would say, it was 1, 2, Toodaloo for first killer. And man, what a performance by him in that first series of the day in FaZe. They're still alive.
Oh, man, if first killer is playing today like he was yesterday, we don't need to play the Rocket League. I think we know who's going to win this whole thing, folks. But we do got to play. We got to see what side of the bed he woke up on. And this wasn't the only Championship Sunday, though. Today is a Championship Sunday. We had a Championship Sunday for OCE yesterday because time is a construct that hurts my brain. But they played at 7 p.m. Pacific. They had some amazing plays as well and had a crazy result here. Stacks, walk us through the OCE top 3.
Oh, yeah, Oceania was utterly wild. Number 3, you've got Power trying to make a run at this whole Boston thing, and you've got Amphis with the pogo.
What?
Oh, just look at this. Started from the back, little stop and go action. Defense thinks he's got it lined up. No, sir. Oh, I'm so happy seeing Amphis still playing up at the top in OCE. They finished 3rd place, by the way, in the Spring Cup. That's decent. They're on 44 points. Remember that. There'll be a test later. Number 2 is Banana Head swinging way out to the left. Bring it back to the right. Super Locky doesn't know what to do. He's in no man's land there. This was in the grand finals, by the way, with Pioneers playing with their super sub, Tango. He actually started that play. And then Banana Head took over. Yeah, playing with a sub. They won that event. They now also have 44 points. And then number 1, when you got a fake kickoff, you got to put it as the number 1 play. Cabo to Gust off the ceiling. Gust back to Caleb, who started it off with the fake on the kickoff. Oh, this is as clean as it gets. Would you believe me, by the way, if I told you that Merge also had 44 points?
What?
Oh. No, okay, but they don't. Calm down. But round 0, Power and Pioneers all do have 44 points through the Spring Cup. That's going to set up a wild invitational in a couple of weeks, June 2nd through the 4th over on twitch.tv/Rocket League OCE. It is going to be a crazy, crazy finish. I can't wait.
That's 44 points in first place, by the way. It's a
44
3-way tie
at the top.
for first. So if you want to say, we have genuinely no idea who's going to win that region, you definitely want to tune in for that gameplay. It's going to be a crazy one, folks. Lots of excellent Rocket League action happening across the world, especially next weekend. All right. We're going to play a game now as we got some time. We got 17 minutes before V1 versus SSG. We're going to play playing percents. How this is going to work, chat? We're going to put forward a yes or no question, and you are going to vote on whether you think that it's yes or no, okay? And then we are going to guess what percentage of you will say yes. Got it? Cool. It's gonna be easy. So we're going to start here with a simple one. Yes or no, chat? NRG wins the regional. Yes or no? Just simple. Are they winning or are they not?
Yay or nay?
Yay or nay? Yay or nay? Yay or nay? Right? It's yes or no, but for fancy people. So how do we feel about this? Chat, the NRG's army's been showing up the past few days, so I think this is going to be a high yes, yay percentage.
It's just how high is it?
How high?
You know, because everyone wants to see NRG win, so maybe they'll make it happen here. But there's got to be some fans that will come early and be like, nah, it's not happening.
I got mine.
All right, I'm ready.
Yep. Are you ready?
All right, show them.
Let's show. I got 78%. 80, 60, 83. All right, so we're all in the kind of a similar range here.
I think I'm going to win because I was thinking 90, and I was like, I'm going to dial it down.
We're playing closest without going over. 59.
Wow.
50%.
The NRG fans have not shown up yet. They haven't shown up.
They're still asleep apparently because NRG doesn't play.
Fact.
So that's probably it. All right.
Well done.
So
Twitch chat team, we got
Who had
this.
60? Who had 60? Oh, Stacks?
Stacked.
Yeah.
Right, all right. Stacks got a point. Stacks got a point. Well done. All right. Next one. We're getting a bracket reset today. Barely ever have bracket resets. It's pretty rare here, but in the grand finals, yay or nay? You think there's gonna be a bracket reset, chat? Does chat think there's gonna be a bracket reset? I don't know if chat thinks about formats that much.
I don't think Chad knows his bracket either, to be honest.
They're gonna be like, what's a bracket reset?
All these teams
they
are so
lost and they're
evenly
still
matched.
playing? Why are they still playing?
But Twitch likes drops, and they want the show to last longer.
Oh, no.
So,
No, you
you
might be right
know,
about
hey.
that.
Again,
Just
Twitch
saying.
chat, we got this.
We got,
All right,
okay.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I'm just at 50. I think chat's not.
Oh,
70.
even.
70,
65.
85, 85.
Wow.
Man, all right, show us. What's chat think? What's chat think here?
Yes,
Woo,
sir.
Daz.
Yes, sir.
All right, that is one for Mr. Dazzer
Man.
in there. Just 70% thinks that this is gonna happen. All right, we'll see. Chat.
Bonus
you're never
Rocket
wrong,
League.
So,
We love it.
all right. Here's the point. Here's the one. Optic makes the major. Yay or nay?
Man.
Is Optic going to Boston or not, chat? Let me know what you think.
So that day yesterday was rough because if they won their upper bracket match, they were basically like 95% confirmed, and now it's basically a coin flip at this point.
They dropped
after
from second to
yesterday.
third. Again, it's only top 5 that go.
Oh, there's a lot
So
of
many
fans of
teams won
Optic.
this one here. There's a lot of Optic fans though. There's a lot of Optic.
There is, but I think also after seeing an 0-8, like, oh, I don't know.
I think the green wall is not shaking. I think the green wall is not shaking.
All right.
I'm ready. You guys ready?
I'm ready.
Yep.
I got 80%.
Give me half.
55, 51. Come on, chat. Come on, chat. Come on.
Ah!
Crazy.
Oh,
Wow.
Drop it down a little bit, real quick. Yeah, come on. Let's get down to
That's
51.
Crazy.
That's
That's crazy. I can't believe that. All right. Last one. I'm gonna write down mine already. This is a yes or no. Is Daz a plastic?
Ooh.
Yeah. How do you feel?
So here's the thing about the terminology of plastic, I feel like, for Daz. I feel like he's more like printer ink, where like it doesn't really make sense why it's so expensive, but it's still fake in some way. So I'm thinking he's more like printer ink.
Let me see if I know my haters well.
I'm gonna. Yeah. All right.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm all over this.
I got mine.
All right.
We ready?
Ready?
Yeah, let's go, man.
Oh, 91. We got
92.
90. Where are we at? Highest without going. That's
Oh,
Daz
Daz
win.
wins.
I know my haters well.
Oh, Daz actually has fans. He has 20% fans. Oh, man.
actually went-
Shout out to the
y'all went
real ones.
over.
Shout out to the 20%. I'm gonna remember y'all.
You don't know anything about real ones. What are you talking about?
First of all,
Oh!
I'm definitely genuine. You know what? I'm sick of this right now. Okay, I'm getting blasted here. My haters is doing all this stuff. And you know what? I'm taking over here, Wave. We're moving on to the next topic here.
What's
it's
happening?
called exposing. Y'all thought it was about me getting exposed. No, I'm exposing everybody else. Let's start with some matchups here on the field today. Can we roll the highlights, please? This is a different type of highlight package, okay? This is one where you see greatness, but then you wonder, what was the defense doing? Look at this. LJ, this is a great goal. It's an open look at the net. Why was it so free? Let's take a look at the defense. This is Lost perspective. Lost, you picked up 100 boosts. You see the ball. You see LJ. Why are you jumping to that, Lost? They always make jokes about you being lost, but come on, I can't defend you here. Your last back. LJ just got off the back wall. Like, look, he doesn't even have that much boost going into the air. LJ didn't have a plan. He just wanted to get the ball out. And Lost put himself in the worst position possible. You see both your teammates over there. You see LJ come out. Just fake challenge. Do something. Get to the back. That was just unbelievable. Let's go to the next one. We talked about the top plays of the day. Let's go back to the number one play. I said we were going to revisit some stuff later. Again, this is First Killer's double tap, triple tap, whatever you want to call it, the 1-2-2, the little special. But let's take a look at the defense once again. This is Memory here. Memory's sitting there on the back wall. Memory, why did you take yourself out the play? I feel like he made a business decision here. That's what that felt like, because he jumps out the way, leaving the top right corner open. If you don't believe me, guess what? We can take a look once again. You see First Killer come, watch Memory's car. He's sitting right where the ball's going, but then he gets out the way. It's unbelievable. Was it the pressure? Was it him not wanting to be on the poster? There's a lot here to dive deep in, but I had to expose the truth to you guys, because I'm telling you, sometimes these goals, they just aren't what they seem. It's actually unbelievable.
So all I got to say is defense is very difficult in Rocket League, and it's very hard to do that well, like, you know, certain people that play it. But also, when there's a top play happening, you get out of the camera angles, all right? You jump out of the way. You don't want to be on that top play highlight when you're on defense. I understand Memory. Makes perfect sense. Hide behind First Killer so you can't even see yourself in that top.
Does that count as putting a hand up? Because it's kind of...
It's like... yeah, it's just like... Yeah.
I put a hand up, but...
You know, like, listen, Memory's a great defender, and I appreciate that, but Memory was moving way too fast. He just needed to slow down. He was in the right spot. He already saw the initial touch anyways. That being said, that's tough.
That was a good segment. So what's next?
We're not done yet.
What?
We're not done yet, okay?
Oh, boy.
I gotta let's bring out the picture in question here. Let's load that up on the screen.
Well, this is somehow underexposed and overexposed at the same time.
So this is an image of Calm, as you can see. Calm here is sitting, and the screen is really bright. And I know a lot of us were trying to figure out, why is the screen so bright? What was Calm looking at? This wasn't Rocket League that he was looking at. Let's take a look at the evidence. I found out what Calm had on the screen. We're gonna show you guys right now. Now shield your eyes, shield your eyes.
Lord.
I know it's a lot. It's a flashbang incoming. Oh my goodness, can we zoom out? Yeah, it's stacked his forehead. That thing was so bright, reflecting the lights from the screen. I needed to shield myself. Oh no, he's zooming back in again. You know what he's doing that to the viewers. Come, I get it. You know, Stacks is a great catch. He needed some inspiration. Just, you know, going back to the Stacks intros, but we're done. But yeah, let's get it off the screen. We don't need to see that.
You happy? If I just do this now, does that make you happy, Daz?
Hey, Stacks, I get it. Like, I got a big forehead, too. I get it. I get it.
All right, there. Can you see me now, Daz?
I'm just glad you didn't blind the viewers, okay? They need to watch the Rocket League action today. We don't need that right now.
Why is Com flashbanging himself? I just don't. This is not lining up.
Listen, sometimes you need a little inspiration. He and I are both big brain. We know how things work, so I can understand.
Okay.
I won't debate it. I won't debate it.
Y'all got exposed, apparently. I think that's what just happened, folks. This is crazy. I don't know. The show's going off the rails, and I'm taking it back, folks. We've got 8 minutes, a little under 9 minutes, actually, before version 1 versus Space Station. Let's walk you through everything that's going to be going on today. So much money on the line. I hope you guys are ready for it. There's a big prize waiting at the end of this. The team that takes this home at the end is going to have 24 points. They're going to have $30,000. If you lose the grand finals, you miss out on 4 points and 10K United States dollars. That's the prize pool for the day. And again, the bracket. To remind you guys of what is in store for us, we have 4 teams left. They will play a total of 4, maybe 5 matches if we get the bracket reset. Version 1 and Space Station in the upper finals, FaZe Clan and NRG in the lower semis. We'll see how things pan out. That's why we're here, folks. Again, if the team from the lower finals comes back into the grand finals and wins the first match, this is double elimination. You have to lose twice, and the team from the upper finals has yet to lose. That will be their first loss, and they will play a second series. That's what a bracket reset is. So we'll see. Well, maybe we should have explained that before we asked them to do the yay or nay. Maybe I would.
Hey, with all this talk about players from different regions coming in and taking over NA, we've got what? All Americans except 1 Canadian. It's an all true NA finish here on Championship Sunday.
They saw Johnny Boy's tweets, and they all of the North American players said, and I took that personally. And here we are today. Now, folks, this is the schedule we got of matches. NRG going to be taking on FaZe Clan after this first one. We'll have the other 2 matches as the day develops. But to start things off, the new super team in North America, version 1, going to be taking on old rivalries here. Space Station Gaming trying to push themselves through to a grand finals for the first time in maybe like 6 years. I don't know. It's been a long time since we've seen Space Station here, but they have put together a winning run and a winning squad, Gibbs.
Absolutely. And we see Space Station, they kind of went to more of a team aspect. I think a lot of people thought Daniel was trying to do a little too much on that team. But obviously, they would want to keep Daniel, but Daniel left to version 1. So they pick up Hoxer, a very talented player that loves to just beat up Furia. Like, he's 3-0 against them throughout this year. So Hoxer coming out looking fantastic. Space Station looks like a complete squad. And that was the concern on the other side with version 1, who got 9th place in the first regional. Was it a mistake to bring in Daniel? Well, right now, it looks perfect because they have been untouchable throughout this. We got number 1 in goals per game for BeastMode, Daniel, assistant number 1, and Calm with the demos, almost 5 demos per game, number 1 throughout the tournament. He's a little less exposed here. Yeah, a little less, but it's still a little bright.
He's still got the forehead up there on that screen.
Inspiration.
Inspired.
But this is huge. This is absolutely huge because Space Station and version 1 are 2 teams that are so incredibly close throughout points for the whole year. We got 5th and 6th right now, and if you're in top 6, you're looking great. But it's all about making that spring major. And these 2 teams, they're guaranteed at least top 3. So if they lose twice, they will get 3rd, but they can pick up 8 more points. That is absolutely huge for version 1. Right now, they are tied in 9th. But if they get those 8 points, they'll be top 2. They will be tied for number 2. Space Station, on the other hand, they are tied for 3rd right now. And if they win this, they qualify for the major. Absolutely huge with the chaos that's going on in North America. Space Station wants to clinch now. They're the only team that can, and they absolutely want to win this region. Yeah, and here it is, the season points. Yeah, Space Station in version 1, 5 and 6. But if they don't make that major, teams are going to creep up on them. So those world championship spots could be in danger. So this is absolutely crucial to pick up as many points as you possibly can to make that major. Because if they make the major, they're probably all right. Because they don't have to do a lot there because they'll get enough points to probably hang in that 5 or 6 spot and they'll make it to the world championship. But if they don't, Then they're watching from home and hoping teams below them, maybe an NRG makes that major and makes a run and picks up a ton of points and passes them. So this match means so much. You want the 2 lives in the grand finals. We haven't seen a lot of bracket resets recently. It's whoever wins now normally wins the entire regional. So this match, so incredibly important.
This is huge. And to put on top of it here, Daz, there is so much kind of Rocket League lore baked into this match, with Daniel leaving Space Station to go and form up a super team with BeastMode here. Space Station playing up against them here, I believe for the first time in RLCS, in a match that matters so much. Who even wants it the most in this? I don't know who's going to be coming into this feeling they've got more to prove against their former teammate.
That's really tough too. I mean, when you talk about just like Daniel and Arsenal, they're not the only two who are kind of like involved in this, I would say. I mean, every single player on the field here has something to prove. Even if we go down to strength of schedule, the strength of schedule has been pretty even. Space Station Gaming took down Gen G. Version 1 took down Complexity. Those two were grand finalists in the last event. Now you look at, again, individuals, Daniel and Arsenal. Everyone's going to be talking about that, of course. LJ, finally with some space. Can he show his mechanics up against a player like BeastMode, who, again, we saw V1 struggling. They're looking for the bounce back. But then there's the X factors, Calm and Hoxer. Calm, of course, there was a lot of talk about roster shuffles over the course of the year. He's still with version 1. And then Hoxer, who a lot of people didn't really have on the radar going into this spring split, but has now been stepping up. There's so much to prove and to play for both these teams to make the grand final. It's really close.
Man, I mean, Staxton, like, thinking about it from Hoxer's perspective, he's going up against Daniel, the player he replaced. How much pressure is on this player to prove that Space Station made the right decision?
Well, I mean, there's an adage in sports, right? You don't want to be the guy that replaces the guy, right? Nobody wants to replace Joe Montana. Nobody wanted to replace Peyton Manning. Well, that's what Hoxer's had to do. The thing is, I mean, Daniel didn't win anything with SSG, and that's something that I think is important to keep in perspective. It's like they were a talented team, but they weren't a great team. And this Space Station, I think they look better as a team than they did when they had a more talented roster. So it's very interesting how this team has kind of grown to become greater than the sum of their parts.
And it's going to be a huge accomplishment for either of these teams, because we talk about Space Station. The last time that they made a grand finals was Winter Regional 2 of last year. And that was with Daniel. The first 2 tournaments they played with Daniel, they made it to the grand finals and lost. They never made it back. So either Space Station makes it back to their first grand final in over a year, or Daniel makes his first grand final in over a year. So both sides desperately want this. Again, 2 lives in that final is almost unbeatable. We'll see what happens later, because we got a FaZe in that lower bracket and an Energy. So we'll see what happens. But man, oh man, that this match couldn't be more even. And no one expected that going into this split. Everyone thought Space Station was going to be the team that is maybe 8th at best, right? And version 1 was a team that could absolutely peak and be the best in North America at times. They look like it. For this regional, they were inconsistent in regional 1, but Space Station, so incredibly consistent through both of these with the full team play, Des.
Yeah, the team play is super important. Just like seeing, again, them being so involved and kind of working together. I actually even spoke to Arsenal about the team environment, and he just kind of describes it as they all kind of have that same mindset where, they're playing, and if somebody messes up or if the team just loses a game, they all feel like they have a weight of responsibility there. And just that kind of mindset is, some people say it's like a curse, but I think for them it's a good thing, because you show that instead of being a player that blames somebody else for a loss, they all just kind of say, I could have done something better. And having that kind of team environment, I think, is one of the reasons why they're so successful.
Man, we've been cut through these cameras here. The story that also just jumps up to me that I wasn't thinking about until just now: Fireburner versus Sad Junior. Gibbs, old guard of Rocket League, old Kings of Urban NRG alumni here, now leading rosters, trying to make a grand finals in a completely different format. None of us back then could have foreseen being here, but here we are, folks. V1 versus Space Station in a match that matters so much for the world's implications and for Boston. Let's make our picks, folks, as the chat is getting their hashtag V1s and hashtag SSG in there. Dazrin, who you got?
I'm going to go Space Station Gaming on this one. I think that, V1, it's going to be close. It may even go the distance. But I feel like that team play from Space Station Gaming, the ability to already shut down teams that play fast like Furia, is going to come in handy against a highly mechanical team like Version 1.
You do have the two best defensive teams here. Version 1 has been slightly better statistically, and that's usually where I lean. But I just have a feeling about this Space Station squad. Again, I think they addition by subtraction, you could almost say. I think Hoxer's the X factor. He's been awesome this weekend. I got SSG.
Yep.
Daniel is winning his first regional. I'm going Version 1.
Version 1 on this one. Give me a Version 1 as well, folks. The super team is going to be locked and loaded here, and I think the extra edge of going up against former teammates will give them the energy they need to get it here. Split on the desk, split right down the middle on chat as well. 2% favorites V1 here, folks. Oh my goodness. Purple versus yellow. Arsenal versus Daniel, folks. You couldn't ask for a better way to kick off Championship Sunday. Get up and get loud. It's game day.
Story of teammates turned dear rivals here in the upper bracket final. I'm Stumpy, joined by Subi, and it is very, very exciting to see one of these teams going forward into that grand final, Subs. But who is it going to be? The side of purple or the wall of yellow?
I don't know. Let's get a coin, paint it both sides, and flip it, because it seems like that's the only way to decide this one. But we have 7 games in front of us. It's a race to 4. And honestly, you know, I don't know who's going to take it, Stumpy. I'm so glad I wasn't on the desk to have to predict, because like we were talking about, it's so razor thin.
I mean, they also went dead level. Common's trying to remove any sense of levelity by just removing a couple of players from that pitch. But I mean, chat was about 50-50. There were 2 in favor of Version 1, 2 in favor of SSG. But it's the first time that these two teams have played this season. So really, it is all up for grabs. Arsenal with a very early doink towards that backboard, sending to his former teammate Daniel, who has moved on and being one of the best players in North America. However, leading the way for LJ to actually take a good control of that Space Station side. You don't normally see one of the best players in the world leave a team, and in the team that they've left, get better.
Yeah, it's really weird. You know, it just goes to show you that styles can make teams, and definitely the play style of Hoxer, LJ, and Arsenal fit better than that Daniel combo did. And I don't know what it is, because like you're talking about, one of the best players in all of North America, but sometimes you just need to be unchained, and that's what V1 has done to him, with him, BeastMode, and Com being so unselfish, realizing that he needs to go for those demos, and that's the best way for success for Version 1.
I feel like Com, if he could play Rocket League and never touch the ball, he would. He'd be more than happy to take on that completely selfless role. But with a demo on the other side, Arsenal chase down BeastMode, the man that stole his Wonder Kid, and opens up the scoring.
Great demo from Arsenal. They know this is going to be a tough-fought series. They know it's going to be an aggressive series, and they know Com is looking for demos. So like he said yesterday, we're going to fight fire with fire.
It's a good shout as well. I mean, Arsenal was saying exactly as you said, right? You can't try and just keep running away for the entire game. You can't give them those openings and make sure that you're not fighting back in your own style as well. A brilliant pass from Hoxer down towards Arsenal. Hoxer is a player that Jorby was very frustrated with.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, in the green room when they were playing Furia, he just kept saying, it's always Hoxer, man. Like, every time it seemed Hoxer was the man on the side of Space Station Gaming getting the better of his dearly beloved Furia. But it was right. What an incredible pickup for SSG he has been.
It really is, and he could be one of those players where it's both sides of the pitch, right? It's Hoxer. They win by him or they lose by him. But right now, he seems like he's in peak form, as that's a big stop from Arsenal on the goal line. They're going to have to slow down Beast Mode a lot in this series. He's the goal leader for North America in the Spring Cup. Is Hoxer looking for a bump on Daniel midair? Can't collide, and Arsenal wrangles that one into the corner. Here comes Beast Mode, has Com to his left. Doesn't need him. Gonna carry that one all the way through off the crossbar. Big stop from SSG yet again.
And a double commit on that second challenge. Space Station Gaming can't work about quick enough to take advantage of that, and so it falls back down into that midfield. Arsenal, though, with 0 boost, can't do too much again, and the ball just whips itself around his ears. No chances are made, and Daniel to that sidewall, but Arsenal knows what he wants to set up. The man played alongside him for the longest time, even at Worlds back in August. I was going to say recently, but time is wild. Yeah, they're back in August.
That's
and it
crazy.
just comes down to knowing a player that well. Daniel towards that backboard again, shut down by Arsenal again.
Arsenal huge on the back line. So far only credited with 1 save, but all of Space Station have that to their name. Everyone getting involved on defense, and Daniel denied with the flip reset. Great D by Hoxer on that play, and he gets the big bump on beast mode as well as Arsenal pushes it towards midfield, but calm. Keep things alive offensively for version 1.
Hoxer towards that right-hand wing, gets shut down by beast mode, a player that has really seemed ignited this split so far. But one onto the back ball, cleared away by Com quite nicely, and caught again in the midfield by Zen. I was going to say by Zen, because I've read Arsenal. But by Arsenal. He tricked me. He tricked with a single letter change. How dare he, the conniving young man. Daniel to send this ball along. Beast Mode going for the bump, and so Arsenal is called in for the challenge.
Great recognition from Arsenal there, realizing his teammate was put into a bind. Decided to cut the rotations, disrupt the flow. That's why this ball is just kind of killed in this coffin corner right now. No offense coming out of it. And the offense found its death for version 1 there, looking to revitalize here. Here's Daniel beast mode. And a little bit of miscomms there. Both went for the same ball.
Repeated double commits coming in from version 1 on offensive chances too. Seeing the seconds tick down means that they're then panicking themselves. They're rushing on these chances that really could have one man that maybe won't go for a bump or just wait for that follow-up with a save that would be potentially lackluster. Fakes out going for the immediate pass. That takes it to the wall, then goes middle with it. With Arsenal bumping Daniel out of the way though, the final 10 seconds ticks down with 1 goal in hand for SSG.
Big stop there from beast mode. He's got to go the full length of the field. LJ just going to put it into the corner, slow things down, let this clock tick down as well. Version 1 have to keep this ball up. Not going to happen. And Space Station Gaming take game 1. But more importantly, Stumpy, watch when this scoreboard pops up. You're going to see beast mode held under 100 score. Huge from Space Station Gaming.
And, I mean, that is also pretty much bolstered entirely by those 2 shots that Beast Mode had as well. So, definitely shut down in a lot of regards. He had 1 shot that was quite threatening, just going below the crossbar, then bouncing down eerily close to the line as well. And that 1 goal coming from the demo. This really feels like a very demo-heavy split that we've seen so far. I feel like every series that we've casted, Subi, we've spoken about Com or Rettles or any of these players coming on the show and showing what they can do and removing any player from the pitch.
Well, it just goes to show you that you can't just be a one-trick pony. You've got to be able to do everything on the pitch. You've got to make sure that not only are you going for the demos, but like Space Station did here, they recognize the fact that version 1 is going to be coming forth with them. So like you said, you can't run away. You got to meet them in the middle and go head for head and just lock horns. And that's what they're doing right now. That's why they're finding success.
Yeah, and I think Arsenal is completely right with what he said in the interview as well, where you got to send it back to him. You got to make sure that they're also always looking over their shoulder. And this would be such a monumental win for Space Station Gaming too. We have not seen Space Station yet in a grand final this entire season. Version 1 have made it there once, and they won that time. Space Station Gaming looking for that inaugural time. And that is the lowest score in a game for Beast Mode this entire season so far.
Oh my.
It's another goal with a long shot from Hoxer.
You know, it just feels like on this play, version 1 a little bit too aggressive. Maybe they got a little upset after game 1. The frustrations coming out early here in game number 2, and Hoxer just pokes it all the way down the field.
I mean, as I was saying before, I was interrupted. It's Beast Mode just being shut down at every single level. 84 points, the lowest that he's ever had this season.
That's crazy.
And that is not the start that you want to be seeing in the first game versus SSG. Definitely a big rival for these guys.
And, I mean, Stumpy, it's got to be LJ and Hoxer have never made a grand finals, right? I mean, surely it's not just this season. That's got to be all time. Because I don't ever remember a moment seeing them in a grand finals. So for them, this is a huge, huge moment. Being in the upper bracket final, being up 1 game against version 1, and Beast Mode can't connect. That was a huge opportunity missed from version 1.
And yeah, LJ and Hoxer have never made a grand final in the RLCS. A huge moment for them. This would just be monumental for Space Station Gaming generally, let alone these individual players. And the caliber they're playing at this weekend, I absolutely will not be surprised if they make it. But version 1 have got a lot more beans that they can give. Arsenal being bumped away from that 1 play. Pass from LJ towards Hoxer. That one going midfield. LJ is being sent left and right and left and right. Can't get any control of the ball. So Beast Mode goes for 1 touch, takes the boost, and then just unfortunately whiffs it completely. And BeastMode really looking like a little bit shaken and not the player that we typically see.
Yeah, we've seen that before from him, where he's been dominant on a Saturday, comes out Sunday, and can be lackluster. As Arsenal double tap, puts that one back as LJ fires. Great pull off there from Hoxer as he allows LJ to get the nice hard shot on target. And oh, I love that cut from LJ. Daniel thought he had time, and he just ripped it away.
LJ and Hoxer are the duo that I did not think I needed. I did not know that they were going to be as workhorsey as they really seem to be, because the effort that they put in, the 1-2-3, passing back down, Arsenal removed from the pitch by Con, but a backflip from Hoxer tries to get that shot on target. They've just been impressing me the entire time I've seen them on the pitch. BeastMode can't get the interval to go too much higher until then BeastMode and Con both link up for that shot. I think BeastMode came from the backboard there, not too sure what he was doing, and we reach halftime in this game.
It just feels like, at the moment, version 1 trying to force the issue, whereas yesterday and Friday, everything just came so naturally as LJ big stop on the goal line. But right now, they're just forcing the issue and forcing mistakes because of that. They just need to try and find that flow state, that zen state, and just come to peace with their mechanics.
Find that Zenal state, really.
I love it.
Yeah, trying to make sure that they can just pick up the same momentum that Space Station Gaming have taken from Saturday. That Furia win was huge. I didn't have them beating Furia at all. I didn't have version 1 going 4-0 against Optic, and yet here we are. No, absolutely. And it's a chance now for Daniel to get 1 goal 4v1. Instead, it's saved away by LG, teaming up alongside his new teammate with one touch in the center from BeastMode. He takes it solo on his own. The double tap that floats eerily in front of the net. Com goes for a demo on Arsenal instead of the shot. Maybe the wrong decision. The final 90 seconds will begin to tick down.
Awkward, big time awkward, and LJ able to avoid the bumped by Daniel. Excuse me, as my words get tied up, just like this ball's tied up in the corner. Space Station can't get the ball out. There's the demo, and BeastMode baits out LJ to tie this game up.
Huge fake from BeastMode, finally finding its way through. LJ diving for one ball and then gets fake to go high. BeastMode keeps it nice and low. And BeastMode getting himself on the top of the table for version 1 and bringing his purple side level pegging.
And here in game number 2, how the turns have tabled as Arsenal below 100 points, 1 minute to go here. Needs to try and insert himself onto the field. We've seen him make a few stops at midfield, but other than that, it's been all LJ and Hoxer for Space Station Gaming. Less than 1 minute remains here. Seems like version 1 finally awake and alive in the upper bracket final.
A good bump onto the backboard as LJ gets booted in the behind, and it gets sent to the backboard instead of having a nice air dribble dunk onto the side of the net. A pinch round the side of one. Defender on the side of V1, but cleared away by Daniel. BeastMode trying to get it central, but LJ can carry. Not until BeastMode though has his way with that ball. Instead it's caught by Hoxer, sent long. Com on the defense, has to send it towards the corner, and then gets carried on by BeastMode. Great defense from V1 there, keeping it away. But that is a stretch and a half from LJ to keep it out.
Well, good comms from Arsenal to let him know that he didn't have any boost. And he knew that he was going to have a hard time getting that save, going back into your own goal. That ball has so much oomph behind it as LJ pushes this one forward. Space Station Gaming looking to steal game number 2, keeping this ball alive. Hawks are going to get a boost steal in the corner. BeastMode just going to let that one hit the ground. And overtime we go. Version 1, Space Station Gaming. Tight knit here in game number 2.
Daniel, though, to receive it immediately from the kickoff in the top corner. Found Daniel rocking that forehead fringe cam, manages to get a goal in 5 seconds, and V1 bring the series back to level pegging.
Ripped that one away from Space Station Gaming. It looked like momentum was starting to shift at the end of regulation, and once overtime hit, Daniel puts those 1v1 skills on display. And ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves a series.
V1 going to be happy with themselves about that too, considering the performance had in that first game. It was not the V1 that we saw take down Optic Gaming in a very decisive 4-0 as well, not even an overtime yesterday. And Space Station on that huge tear versus Furia as well. Yeah, I'm impressed with the turnaround we've seen from version 1, but Space Station Gaming still look brilliant in there, and LJ rocking 5 saves. 5 times more than anybody else on the pitch, the only player making credited saves on his team.
I mean, to go back to your point of you not expecting LJ and Hoxer to be as good as they are with Arsenal. I don't think anyone expected that other than Arsenal himself. He saw something in these two that no one else did. And he's got to be happy that he was able to nab both of them and put them under his wings. He was talking yesterday saying he doesn't really feel like the team leader, but maybe if it's, you know, how he presents himself, how he kind of plays confidently, nice, calm. I mean, it just goes to show you he doesn't expect to be the leader of this team, but it's just kind of what has fostered itself throughout, oh, that's dangerous, throughout the entirety of his stay with SSG.
You know for a fact as well, by the way, that not only are Com and BeastMode going to keep linking up, but some armchair analysts are going to say, yeah, of course, LJ and Hoxer are going to be good. Like, obviously, it's not just Arsenal. But Com and BeastMode know that connection towards that 6-yard box is going to be even better. They opened the scoring, and I believe for the first time in the series, I think Space Station Gaming scored first last time as well.
Yeah, games 1 and 2, it was Space Station. Version 1 getting their hand at this one, but it's just crazy when you look at the stats for this event. When you look at goals per game, when you look at assists per game, when you look at demos per game, shots per game, it's someone from version 1. They are just dominating all over the pitch. Starting to find their way here as this series starts to progress. And Space Station Gaming now to show their hand at how they can adapt to this version 1 team.
1 minute gone, now LJ trying to challenge versus Arsenal. Actually, Arsenal going for one of those bumps. Does not manage to secure it though, and Daniel in the midfield challenges off versus Hoxer. Hoxer gets the better of that ball and manages to send Daniel away from the play as well, but Com leads that spherical bad boy up the backboard. Manages to get towards that left-hand side. 60 boost, LJ sees it central, goes for one reset, gets the bump from the additional speed that he gets by using that dodge, and the SSG offense is building.
Hoxer off the ceiling and just hammers that one to the ground. Came down like an anvil as Com and Daniel get a little tied up. BeastMode trying to get this ball out and does so. Com looking for demos, goes to the goal line. No one there. Just going to rotate through, and LJ puts this to the side wall. 2 minutes have elapsed here in game number 3 as version 1 looking to swing this series as BeastMode carries it across the goal line, but who would have guessed that one would go across untouched?
I mean, go across completely untouched and then having nobody there to tap it in. I don't blame version 1 for not being in position to be able to tap that one in because it was nice and simple, but BeastMode did everything he could to get it into position.
Right.
Hoxer removing Com from that play. On the backboard, BeastMode finds himself again, and BeastMode from the bottom of the table, he has found himself on top multiple times, and Daniel, as we approach halftime in this game, has only had 24 points, and he's got a shot in there as well. I'm not even too sure how many points a shot gets you nowadays, but yeah.
At least 24.
Min, yeah, true.
Daniel up to 54 now, but these pros at times go to show you that it doesn't really matter if you're at, well, let's say, okay, if you're at 1,000 points, that matters, but having a massive amount of points doesn't necessarily matter if you're playing your position well, which Daniel's doing. He's not out of position. He's not double committing. He hasn't hurt his team at all. And as I say that, almost gets caught out on the goal line, pushing too far forward as there he is getting a save to his name and getting the clear forward, getting the middle boost pad. Just goes to show you, it doesn't matter how many points, Stumpy, because you start to assist, you feed BeastMode, and you take the lead.
You feed the man who can find himself in the middle over and over again. A brilliant pass from Dan, pinching middlewards of the orange side, and the V1 goal explosion in celebration. The second goal coming in for version 1. Game 3 certainly going their way, and Space Station Gaming being very shut down. Just 4 shots on their side and no goals to show of it.
So far, version 1 scored 4 times in this series, and Daniel, big miss there. That one wide open, but beans it off the crossbar. But out of their 4 goals, BeastMode has scored 3 of them. So for version 1, you know where their offense is running through. You know who's looking for the goals. You gotta shut them down like we saw in game number 1. But Stumpy, I think you'll agree that's way easier said than done.
Yeah, I mean, just shutting a team down, especially when they start to get themselves on a tear through a series, or at least see those budding sprouts of a tear coming through. Yeah, so it's a lot harder with one pass from Arsenal to LJ to Arsenal. The shot is made, but BeastMode is there to cap it off with a save. LJ faking to go for that shot. It's a brilliant idea because Hoxer is waiting on the floor and can tap it bottom right.
Yeah, I think that last one, that quote-unquote shot from Arsenal, I think he was looking for Hoxer on a pass. Just one too many touches, but they keep things alive. And Hoxer, great placement on the shot there to go far post away from the defenders and bring themselves within 40 seconds to go. Plenty of time as LJ denied on the ceiling there. Is Arsenal gonna look for a pass here? I think, no, he isn't. Gonna bait out Calm, and smart play, but that's wide open for Daniel.
It's wide open for Daniel until LJ puts himself directly in position. You rarely see somebody get a 50 on the goal line and then the ball doesn't find its way in as well. A great show of strength there by LJ. Shot on target this time, but with Com catching it on that sidewall, it means that nothing can come from this play just yet until Hawk goes middle. Again, LJ shying away from the play where really you need him to be moving up. Arsenal to receive one. LJ's there. The shot's on target. Com can save it away at the death. A slow play till a tap over the top, and version 1 play it to perfection. Game 3 in the way of the purple.
Did a great job of coming out early, taking the lead, maintaining that lead, and then the extension. Minute 46 to go. Go up 2 goals, and then Space Station, they showed the aggression. They started marching down, get the goal to bring it within 1, but just a great show of resolve from version 1 as Space Station Gaming took game 1, dropped 2 in a row, elect to take a timeout here, and listen to what Sad Jr. has to say.
Tubi, I always talk about my thoughts of taking a timeout after 2, and people are going to be sick of me talking about it. So I want to hear your thoughts. When should a team be taking a timeout usually?
You know, usually I would agree when you lose 2 games in a row, if that puts you down 2 games in the series. Being down only 1, it's fine. And being as close as these games have been, where it's only been 1 goal that's separated, I don't know if this one was necessary, but maybe it's just something that they feel. Maybe it's a confidence builder, or maybe it's just we're going to try and nullify the momentum that version 1 is building. But yeah, I think this one's a little too early. What do you think?
Oh, no, I'm a big advocate of 2. Take it after 2, baby. Don't leave all your eggs in your basket until you get to that final game, because then it is do or die. We've got that pressure. You're going to be less likely, I think, to be able to actually take on what your coach has said on board and adjust your gameplay to it. So yeah, I like it after 2. I think Space Station Gaming have done a great shower here, and especially bolstered by the fact they've lost 2 in a row. It's not like they won 1, so they lost 1, they won 1, then they lost 1. No, 2 in a row, you got to change something. 2-1 score lines as well. Yes, 1 was overtime, but it's still very close. It's just going to be changing minutia or just a team talk, realistically, from Sad Jr. to get them back on track.
So I've got, then that kind of leads me to my next question. Let's just say that Space Station won the first 2. Then version 1 won 2. Would you still want to see a timeout here, or would you want to then wait? Okay.
Yeah, I just like it after 2. I think once they've won 2, you've got a game to buffer. You've got a game to also knock them a little bit. And Space Station Gaming, this split, have also got a good winning record after taking these timeouts. Yes, it's 4-3. It's very close. They've only won 1 more than they've lost after taking a timeout, but it's still positive. It is still theoretically, potentially causal, but it goes their favor.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. That makes a lot of sense, where you have that 1 game buffer to kind of work on what the coach is telling you, or what maybe your teammates are saying. And if it doesn't necessarily work out where you get the win, you can say, okay, right, this is what was working and this wasn't. So yeah, that's a good shout, Stumpy. I would agree with that. I mean, either way, I think it's fine, but it's better to call it too early than too late.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. Daniel, though, shooting and actually making Hawk to do a complete backflip on the goal line means he's not there for the second save for Beast Mode. Daniel just making it awkward. The backflip puts him fully out of position. Actually gets very close to that save. Beast Mode does a great job to send it with enough speed and pace to send it past him in 30 seconds, though. It's version 1 back on the scoring.
And the offensive domination from Beast Mode continues. They go up early. here in game number 5. 4. I don't know how to read. It's right there, top of the screen.
NA math.
Yeah, NA math. You're right. We care about other things.
I'm not sure you do. 1 minute down in this first game. Hoxer, though, taking one shot towards that backboard, and BeastMode to collect it with no booster. It sends it right back over towards LJ. A tap down from him would be deadly, but Daniel backboard play manages to stay firm for version 1. And with Com now sending it long again, it's a few back and forth plays, but Daniel a shot towards that sideboard and LJ to collect.
Oh, not the greatest touch there from LJ, but it ends up working out. Thought it was a little too heavy-handed, but he's got Arsenal close. Arsenal tries to put that behind Daniel. Great defense from Dan the Man as Hawks are looking for a bump. Can't find beast mode mid-air, but they are going to maintain possession. Even with that awkward play there in the corner from Arsenal, he gets the boost steal, and hey, look at that. Right place, right time. Can he carry through? Yes, he can, but tough angle to tuck that one in.
Always feels so bad, though, when you see a player get a miraculous ball through right in front of the net. You see the body there to send it in, and no one's there. Because, in fairness, it's the right play to not necessarily be there as well.
Oh, no!
An own shot on Beast Mode with a 1-2-3 pinball manages to keep this one as a version 1 lead.
Oh, that one got a little hairy on the goal line as Daniel, does he have boost? Can he follow through? Was looking for a ground pinch. That's why Arsenal stayed on his wheels as he's gonna have to collect this one into the corner. Awkward play here as he just hands it over to Beast Mode. Big demo from Daniel, big bump from Com, and things are starting to get chaotic, and Space Station can't keep it out.
Just follow Beast Mode's camera here and just see the amount of efforts that he had. There's one there, and then there's finally one there where he squeaks it through. All 3 players at once. Beast Mode with an 11-mile-per-hour screamer across the goal line.
Too hot to handle as that's a good kickoff, and LJ staring at that ball, winding up, biting his tongue, and completely whiffed on that. Wanted too much power, thought about it too hard, and good 50-50 there at midfield, and oh my goodness. Daniel, follow through. Thing of brilliance. Hawkster, oh my goodness. Look at the delay from Com, recognizing what Hawkster was doing to throw him completely off.
It's a delay from Com, but it's also Dan just waiting, leaving, and yeah, seeing Hawks go for the in and out save, then force him into the backflip. Com and Dan both working Hawkster there like a fiddle.
Big kickoff yet again from Space Station Gaming. Almost the same one we saw after the last goal, but no goal comes from it for Space Station Gaming. And no goal has come this game as Space Station looking to get the offense going. Much easier said than done, and they continue to find themselves in these positions where those transitions back for version 1 always seem to be like a 2v1, a 1v1, just putting the defender in an awkward spot.
You make them awkward. Even if they're there, it's going to be a lot harder for them to get the save. Com faking away from that chance. So Hoxer receives and sends it towards that blue side. Arsenal to tackle Daniel, and still with the reset. Can get it central, can get it on target, but again, it just floats awkwardly in front of the net. His teammate not believing that he's got the ball through.
Yeah, Hoxer's got to just be there for his teammate as Arsenal goes up. No double available. Hawks are going to push it down to LJ. And great defense from Beast Mode. Recognizing where that shot was going, he half flips and puts that one central, but Arsenal going to clean things up. And Space Station Gaming just continue to get denied.
They're assaulting that backboard. They are peppering it like it's a lovely, beautiful steak, and yet nothing is finding its way in. The defense from B1 is finding its chances, and B-Mode takes it low, takes it slow, and the 4-0 for the version 1.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Com, you're a bully. You're picking on him. And Beast Mode just walks the dog into the back of the net. Version 1 starting to toy with their food.
Com was nasty there, wasn't he? That was just like a mean moment where you see it, you're like, oh, come on. Come on. That's mean. It's Beast Mode also slow playing it, just so you can see his demise on its way. The final 30 seconds ticks down. It's 4 goals, though. It won't be a game win for Space Station after they take their time out. That's going to put them at 4-4 so far after taking these timeouts as well. This split, it is a scary place to be now. Space Station Gaming on the precipice of their first grand final this season, unable to do it on Utopia.
Oh, another great defensive stance, and the transition just continues for version 1 as Calm gonna put that one in. Get himself 2 goals here. And oh my, version 1 started slow, but now it is just absolutely pouring on and pouring out.
5-0, version 1 make a statement here in the Coliseum. Another fake kickoff, and I love the kickoff strats. I'm gonna sound a lot like Johnny Boy, just with a better voice. It's just such a good idea to learn those strats, throw off your opponents, and make sure that when you are going for them, that your opponent has no idea they're coming. They send you the ball. Johnny Boy, when you play ranked with him, he never goes to the kickoff on diagonals. He always half flips back into boost and then goes towards the net, and he can save anything, and he's not that good at Rocket League. So if he can do that, pros should be learning his kill strats too, and version 1 got control of the ball time and time again on the only set piece in the game.
As we take a look at our Mobile 1 high-performance replay, it's going to be heavy version 1 as you get a look at Calm, and this one was just silly. Chasing the defender into the net, BeastMode walks it in, and, you know, I have that vision of him just laughing and pointing at his opponents across the stage. Yeah, that's what I see from Calm on a play like that. It's gotta be so annoying playing against him, not only for the fact that he's going for the bumps in the demos, but he also has the mechanics and the team play skills to back it up. Version 1, looking calm, cool, collected, and comfortable with a 3-1 series lead, looking to push themselves into the grand finals.
We take a short flight over towards Deadeye Canyon, the most beautiful map in the game now. Sorry, it has absolutely dethroned Forbidden Temple for that. There's some lovely scenery outside of the map. Cheeky little change, Ash, from Dan, but it's not going to matter, as now BeastMode and Calm find themselves both on defense. LJ tries to get one challenge low, and Daniel, learning those tricks of the trade on version 1, gets a demo. The ball gets passed back to him by Arsenal with a reset. He can't get around the side of LJ, and in 30 seconds, Space Station Gaming are already under the vice.
And it just seems like, oh boy, Daniel falls off the backboard, but still gets the save. That shot, if placed anywhere else, is a goal for Space Station Gaming. But Arsenal just handed it to Daniel. Hey, you're not teammates anymore.
How did Dan still fall off the ceiling and then get that save? The great pass from Com to go central. BeastMode is bumped away from it. And one bump from Com onto Hoxer, just completely unsettling and unseating SSG. And at every opportunity they've got, BeastMode with a challenge down the pitch. Can't actually pick up that mid-100. Instead gets taken away as Arsenal and Hoxer both team up to bully BeastMode off that sidewall.
And now, Stumpy, I would love for you to put on your coach's hat. And I know that's never going to happen. You don't have the brain. You don't have the brain for it. But
okay,
let's just hypothetically say, after we watch Hoxer try and double tap that one in, you're going up against a team that has Daniel on it. You're looking at the series. You're in game number 5, and he's only scored 1 time. You win in that series?
There's definitely the chance. Daniel, I think, he's got a lot of weaknesses, but it more depends on him rather than his opponents outplaying him, I feel, a lot of the time. There are more mechanical people in the world than Daniel. In this lobby, for that, you'd be looking towards LJ and Hoxer. Of course, BeastMode on his team, but even then, he's still up there as probably the most mechanical next to BeastMode in this entire lobby. And BeastMode is trying to really prove why he's the mechanical one. Fakes away from that entirely, and Com sends it right at the net. I think you absolutely can win this, but Space Station Gaming need more than just this one game to be able to bounce back from thinking, lads, we're trying to get to that grand final. Good for them, though. This is the uppers. They have 2 lives still. It is not going to be said and done if they lose this, rather.
You know, it's just crazy. I think the point I was trying to get across is the fact that Daniel has only scored 1 goal, and you think of him as such a mechanical guru. And the fact that he's been limited to just 1 goal and they're still up 3-1 is absolutely incredible. And the fact that he had a playmaker last game, he is the leading assist per game leader in the Spring Cup.
LJ.
Is filthy, and that shot filthy as LJ gets the double and the dunk through Daniel.
Daniel got in a good position for it, but LJ was just taller on this play. Goes up above him, double taps off the backboard, uses Daniel as, quite frankly, a secondary backboard, and still manages to get that goal. A good lead for SSG established in their do-or-die series.
That's the 4th goal so far for Space Station Gaming as a team in this series. The offense has been hard to come by. The big question is, can they hold on? They've shown flashes of brilliance on the defensive half, but there's another one. LJ to Hoxer, Hoxer to net, and it's good.
It's LJ to go to the ceiling as well. Keeps onto that flip and can then wonderfully wrap himself around it. Hoxer, right wing, sees 2 players dive for it. Neither of them can make that vital contact to keep it out. And SSG, they didn't get the game after their timeout, but they have certainly turned it on when they are pushed into a corner.
Giving themselves a little bit of breathing room, a little buffer, as Com's awkward on that back wall, but everyone from Space Station Gaming went, and they've got to watch those. Like we were just saying, they have that buffer. No need to push the pace. You definitely don't want to allow version 1 to have a ton of space in midfield, but you definitely can't have everyone push forward to find yourself in those awkward spots that we've been seeing all series long.
SSG, they're still shooting half of their goals per game in this. Before this series, they had 2 per game before, but they've currently just managed to get themselves their 2nd goal. So they're dead on track to continue that statistic. That may well be a 3rd as BeastMode finds himself back with a lot of boost. He can beat out any SSG offender that's going to be heading their way. BeastMode goes it up high.
Oh my gosh.
And that pass is pixel perfect, but that defense is even better.
Hoxer gets his 2nd save of the game, and only the 2nd save for Space Station. They need another, they can't find it. Daniel brings version 1 back within 1.
It's big, it's colossal, it's gigantic, it is Brobdingnagian, and it goes above that line, back down below, underneath Arsenal, and the flower for version 1 is planted. Are we going to be seeing that blossom and bloom before Deadeye Canyon is moved on from?
Big stop there on the kickoff, but Com's up early. That's a dangerous pass as Hoxer slows it down, has to avoid the demo, and dumps that one off to LJ. Great play to get that ball all the way downfield, and Com, what do you know? Another demo credited to him, and LJ, that is awkward. Arsenal gets bumped, he needs help, and Hoxer comes in at the last second to push that one away.
Cheeky
Waning moments of game number 5 as Com keeping things alive, and version 1 starting to press forward. Here comes BeastMode, kills that ball on the goal line, and Daniel ties us up.
It's not quite a fated 0-second goal for version 1, a team that always seems to get them, but it's BeastMode going the other side of the ball, so that challenge won't pinch out towards the corner, which is exactly what the SSG defense wanted to do. Instead, it will drop down. Daniel can get that nice tap in. And 2-all with 8 seconds remaining. Another fake kickoff. These different kickoff styles for version 1 are paying dividends so far, but Arsenal on that backboard is going to make Com have to overthink what he's going for. Daniel to receive, but with low boost, he can't get it much further. Com with no boost becomes a no boost demon, trying to chase down any player on SSG dare to challenge his player. 0 seconds in this overtime. Crucial moments for both teams. Version 1 win it, they go through to the grand final, their 2nd of the season. Space Station Gaming win it, and they will just fight for their lives to continue through in this upside of the bracket.
And that was pretty comical on that play from Com, as Hoxer has a shot available, and Com gonna deny, but just goes to show you how much respect Com has gained for himself with those demos. Everyone knows what's coming, and it's like watching a heavyweight boxer just kind of cock back. You just kind of flinch a little bit as LJ keeps that ball away from Beast Mode. Arsenal swoops in and gonna start the offense yet again for Space Station Gaming.
It's a demo though from Com on Hoxer, meaning that now the counterattack for V1 can start, but shut down very quickly by LJ. Com and Daniel double committing, just like we saw version 1 doing at the start of the series. And bear in mind, that is the game that they lost as well with that big 1-0 for Space Station. Arsenal on the right wing, challenged quickly by Daniel. And Arsenal has looked good throughout the weekend. This game is not particularly popped off too much. A long shot is going to be bottom corner found. It is echoes of London as we see BeastMode with a devastating long shot. No one able to make the touch. A 4-1 win. Version 1 take down Space Station Gaming and boot them to the lower bracket.
My goodness. Version 1 looking strong here. And it's going to be a tall task for their opponents in the grand finals when we get there. So they've got that extra life, and right now, it's not looking like they need it. It's great performance from Version 1, and more importantly, from BeastMode. You love to see him showing up on a championship Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely. BeastMode has, yes, had that one rough game, but I'm not going to count that against him. He turned it on in the final four that Version 1 managed to take as well. And yeah, Space Station Gaming have got a lot of lessons, I think, to take from this series, though. If they want to be going through the winner of FaZe Clan versus NRG, there is more than they can do. There's more that they can do, rather. That's ridiculous. There's more they can do to attempt to try and take him down.
As we get a look at the Mobile 1 high-performance replays, Space Station Gaming, they tried their darndest, but Version 1 just too powerful. And Beast Mode, over half the goals for his team, 7 out of 12. A dominant performance on offense. Don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back with the lower finals.
I wish we stayed the same. I got way too many thoughts in my brain, but I got memories that run through my veins. I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you changed. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down in flames. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm my therapist is saying that I should. I don't believe her, but I really wish I could. Instead, I guess I'll stay misunderstood. Oh, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out. I've tried but can't seem to slow down, and I don't know if I want to. But if I'm on lost in the fun. But if I'm honest, I get my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the fun. But if I'm can't seem to slow down, and I don't know if I want to.
Welcome back to the North American Spring Cup, where we just got done seeing Version 1 put on a clinic against Space Station Gaming. It just seemed like the cogs were all working well, and no bigger cog of the machine than BeastMode. Welcome to the show, my man. You put on quite the performance. I gotta ask, what happened there after Game 1? Did you recognize that you came out really slow? Because after that, it was just domination from you.
Yeah, so I definitely noticed I wasn't feeling very comfortable. I told the team that I wasn't feeling the best. I literally dropped 84 points in the first game, so like that wasn't definitely the best game from me. But I just told them that I just really need to play more loose and faster, and just like when we get the ball, I obviously control it. But just the main thing, just let me be more loose, and it definitely helped a lot. And they just started doing their own thing, and yeah, definitely got better after the first game.
No, it definitely looked like there was like a weight on your guys' shoulder in Game 1, and then you guys just got that cat off your back. But I want to talk about the addition of Daniel to this roster and talk to me about what this does, not only as a team, but for you personally as an individual on the field.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Ivan Daniel is obviously he's one of the best in the world. He's always a threat on the field, which is always something good to have. You know, when I'm not playing good or when Com's not playing good, we can always rely on Daniel because, he can play good and at all times. So he's just a great teammate and all. And he keeps the vibes up. He's always fun to be around, always doing, like, saying jokes and everything. So he's just a great teammate overall. And one thing is just that we're so flexible with our play style. Like, if we're not comfortable with doing one thing, like, we're all, like, so individually good, which we can do anything, so we can just switch it up in a heartbeat. So yeah, I would definitely say that.
Now it seems like Version 1 loves these cups. You guys won the Fall Cup. You're looking to get your second cup under the bag, and Daniel's first grand finals of the season. So talk to me about how you're going to just continue this momentum through, because it looks like right now, I mean, it doesn't look like there's any stopping you. So how are you just going to continue that gameplay the rest of the day?
Yeah, we're definitely just going to be playing our game. We're going to be confident in ourselves. We're not really going to overthink. I feel like when you overthink in Rocket League, it's just like you play too slow, or you play too fast or anything like that. It's just worse in general. And just definitely just going to play our game and not focus on what the other team does. Because if we're playing our game, no matter what the team does, we're just going to win. I, in my opinion, I feel like so. And definitely want to get Daniel's first regional dub. It's been a long time coming, so I definitely want to get his first regional dub for sure. Yeah,
and I mean, there's no lock still for the major. It's just incredible that North America has been this tight. Obviously, you guys want to make that major. You want to turn things around. Is this the turning point for Version 1 fans? Can they expect that from this point forward, going into the Invitational, that you guys are going to continue to make grand finals appearances?
Yeah, no, I definitely can say that, for Version 1 fans and for anyone, that this is definitely the turning point where we make finals a lot. I feel like before this tournament even started, I said that we're winning it all. To Daniel and my team, I feel like we were going to win it all just because of how good we've been working and how good we've been playing the scrims. I know scrims isn't the same, but we've just been playing so well, and I definitely think it's a turning point. I definitely think that you should be excited to watch us for sure.
I mean, I know I'm excited. I know the rest of the casters have been excited. It's a good thing for version 1 fans as well, all over the globe. And I'm going to let you go, man. I'm sure you want to calm down, get some practice under your belt before those grand finals. And I'm just going to wish you the best of luck.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Version 1 dropped game number 1 to Space Station, and then don't look back. A rally in game 5 in the overtime long shot to put them through to the grand finals. Drop Space Station to the lower bracket. Space Station waits for the results of our next match. And my goodness, V1 absolutely woke up firing on all cylinders here, Stumpy.
V1 for me were just a team that you see them start slow, and you see that every now and then in tournaments as well. This game almost felt, or this series felt like a microcosm of how they occasionally react to those slow starts. They then turn it on, BeastMode especially, ramped up to the absolute nth degree, and they take it down 4-1 over a Space Station Gaming that has still ultimately got quite a lot to learn.
And now we can see down there in the lower semifinals, FaZe Clan and NRG. The winner of that will face off against Space Station here. Space Station, the only team that could potentially clinch a spot or clinch a major spot in this event. They have to win the whole thing. They will have to bracket reset V1 in the grand finals if they want to make it. If they don't, we will go into the Invitational with no North American teams having clinched a major spot. Gibbs, this has never happened in North America.
Yeah, it's going to be wild. Like version 1, though, that was a huge 4-point buffer now. So now they have moved into a top 5 spot for the major. And if they get 4 more points again, they will be number 2 tied there. So version 1, very, very happy with that performance. And now we move on to one of the greatest teams in North America. And on the other side, we have FaZe Clan.
Oh, baby. NRG back in top 4, looking to make a grand finals against the team. If you had to say there was a team that was the kings of North America, FaZe probably has the best resume for it right now. But but no one has it. No one has it definitively anymore. And NRG, the old kings, trying to take the title back.
But here's the thing, FaZe Clan, they are probably the kings of NA because of their 3 regional wins. They already have 3 regional wins throughout this season, while NRG has 2 top 4s, including this one. So clearly, like, FaZe has almost a 100-point gap on NRG. So FaZe has been fantastic. And we expect them to continue that. Their day ones have been a little slow, and it has caught them out a couple of times, but usually they bounce right back, Stumpy.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like when you look at Phase 2, you have to think a lot of the time, you always assume for them to find their way back as well. You're not going to think that, oh, okay, this is the time where this trio isn't going to find their footing, because even if they do have a slow start to a tournament, you're seeing them now in the lower bracket semis. They've been on a beastly run through so far, and they've gone through Koi, Shopify, Optic, and they've not dropped a game to any of them. Yeah. They are on a 10-game win streak so far, but against NRG, they are on a run of their own. They dropped a Space Station so early on, back on the Friday, and since then they've gone through Heybro, Complexity, G2, and Furia. Like, the teams that they've beaten, they've not just gone through some of these open qualified teams just to get into this spot. No, they've gone through actual top 8 teams.
And that's the thing, right? FaZe, they've won quality win, and that's against Optic, but it was on a day where Optic went 0-8, right? So how much was that because it was a good Optic, or were they just playing terribly? While on the other side, NRG, yeah, they've run the gauntlet. Like, if they win this tournament, it might be one of the best lower bracket runs in history, which is insane.
It honestly, there's more to this run. This run, it carries so much weight. It would be a great run, but for NRG, the points matter so much, especially for getting to the majors, so they have a chance to earn more points for Worlds. We talk about players and the World Championship. One that's synonymous with the World Championship is Garrett G, because he has literally never missed a World Championship in the history of the Rocket League Championship Series, and he has the advantage of having been around since Season 1. Justin has never missed a World Championship he was eligible for. So he only his first World Championship was Season 5. He played in the grand finals of that one. I think you all remember that one. Yeah, that was kind of a memorable moment there.
That one, yeah.
Those 2 players never missed an RLCS that they could have possibly made it to. Gibbs, I feel like this matchup here is so important to keep that run going.
Yeah, points are a premium for all these teams, including FaZe as well, because FaZe is also down there. They have the same amount of points as NRG. FaZe does not want to miss a major. They just made grand finals at Winter. So I think FaZe absolutely wants to win this as well.
Well, who we got here, folks? Make your predictions in chat. What's your pick, Snuppy?
I don't want to be the boring Betsy sitting on the end of this here desk, so I'm going to go for NRG. They looked brilliant yesterday. Squishy and Garrett, and I was going to say, I literally mentioned all of them. Squishy, Garrett, and Justin all look like brand new players. They look on fire. Give me NRG. Send them through.
Just call me Betsy Wave. FaZe clan.
Give both me and Gibbs FaZe on this one, folks.
I want Betsy's.
I'm just being realistic, man. We all saw the same first killer yesterday. It wasn't a mirage. It wasn't an illusion. Of course, the chat's got energy on this one. I want to believe that Garrett and Justin are making it back there, folks. The former world champs going up against the disputed but kings of North America right now. And it couldn't matter more for their hopes at getting to Germany, folks. NRG versus FaZe.
The dream run continues, but a nightmare approaches. FaZe Clan stand in the way of this lower bracket run for NRG Turtle.
Here we go, 87% of the chat as well. I love seeing the hype behind NRG and the momentum that they have built so far in this regional event. We talked about it, beating so many reputable teams, and honestly, who is going to stand in their way right now? It looks to be a fiery hot first killer who's been hitting crazy angles, ridiculous double taps, some flip resets in there, and now we're questioning, is that enough to ruin this NRG squad and kill all that momentum?
So what you're saying that yesterday was like a Tuesday for first killer?
Yeah, basically.
With all that stuff he was hitting. I mean, it's actually ridiculous how consistent this guy is and the come up he's had throughout the past couple of years. The teams that he's even helped carry to results that maybe they shouldn't have even gotten. The story of first killer in the RLCS is it's a good one, and it's fun to watch him play. Mist coming across, wants to pass down to Typical. And the compliment was Typical and Mist. They're not to be counted out on this FaZe squad. NRG getting started here.
But we've also got a duo of our own on NRG with that Gary G and Justin synergy that's been building a lot. I mean, if you watch that Furious series, but I think First Killer wanted to interrupt me real quick because he's going for a lot of crazy plays. The solo dribble, nice 50-50 off the backboard, and it set up Mist for a shot, but the defense from NRG does stay put. It continues to be rock solid, but like I was saying, that duo of Garrett G and Justin moving forward, the transitions between those two have been flawless and something worth noting.
Squishy, who has had really a resurgence this weekend on this team, has been in the forefront of a lot of these pushes. Garrett and Turtle during the Cats yesterday, we were kind of over the moon with how well Garrett was playing in that Furious series. Still trying to get set up, and besides that one attempt from FaZe, it's been difficult for both teams to grab hold of this ball. Squishy's attempt is just dumped off into the corner. And NRG yesterday, they got aggressive against Furia Turtle. They were able to put on a lot of offensive pressure. And it wasn't just like an aggressive defensive hold all the time for NRG. Certainly they did that. But they showed yesterday they're capable of getting just as aggressive, and wow, Justin stayed with it. Typical, it didn't go in, but it bounced off the corner.
Justin didn't bite on that initial shot too. He stayed and guarded the top corner, and Gary G by himself is gonna go ahead and turn the tides of this battle after getting a ridiculous save from Justin. Gary G can go by himself on the front line.
Well, Typical started backing up. And Garrett, he saw that pass happening. He was in the perfect spot to snipe it, but Typical was backing up on that play. And it ended up giving Garrett that little bit of space, and then he made it work.
Yeah.
So Garrett getting the first goal here for NRG. Misses that touch, though. Tried real quick at it.
One of the main
that's the kind of the scary thing, I think. Sorry, I'll say go ahead in a second, but the scary thing to me is if NRG gets started on the right wheel here, like, they could take that momentum.
That's basically what I was gonna say, and you can already see that FaZe Clan are as uncomfortable as ever in game number one. You've got all three members side dodging now out of the way. First Killer didn't get the first block. He has to go for the backboard read, and it's given right back into the hands of Justin.
great shot from Justin too. Sypical dove the route, anticipating the shot. Justin recognized it and went low. Hit him with the ground shot. Now Justin demos one, but he has no boost, can't get back to the ball. The awareness from Justin on the shot, but FaZe Sypical no contact. They caught NRG out, rotating back, and here's another one, but Sypical not able to find his way back to the ball, and FaZe has a chance maybe they should have had. You think earlier to that Sypical try as well.
But Justin, look at that 50-50 down the other side. FaZe Clan can't get a solid grip on any form of possession. They've had a couple of good sequences down the other side, and even a couple of transitions that look like they might come up with a goal or two, or at least a shot or two on net, but they can't hold or maintain any pressure. I think a lot of that has to do with Garrett G right here, being aggressive, getting in front of Sypical, going for 50-50s, winning challenges like that from Justin. And now look at Garrett G up in the air. He's winning another 50-50. It's plays like that that help rotate back in time with this NRG defense.
I don't remember if I've ever seen Garrett be, and I use this term endearingly, as much of a ball chaser as I've seen him this weekend.
Yeah.
He's going for everything.
Everything,
He will not let anybody get any space for free. He wants to speed that ball right by you, and he's looked great doing it. I mean, it just feels like a bit of a different Garrett G, almost an upgrade.
Yeah. It looks like he's turning in rotation much quicker than we typically see him. He'd rotate all the way back, maybe get a full boost pad, but Garrett is very willing to immediately turn, cut rotation, because Squishy or Justin are playing more passive, and get in the face like this, a first killer. But even if you're getting pressed, he can almost hit that crazy flip reset.
Oh, first killer, that was a great setup. Sypical just couldn't put it on the mark. Sypical, 3 different times now, his number has been called to make the shot, and 3 times he can't make it happen. FaZe absolutely stuffed here in game number 1. Garrett pushes Sypical back. First killer, a little bit of space. Maybe FaZe gets something here. They gotta be quick. That's about as quick as you can make it. First killer doesn't make contact. Sitting with 11 on the board, but there's no time left. And NRG will take the first game here against FaZe Clan.
They're still blocking it on the goal line, and you're absolutely right. First killer and company struggling a lot with the accuracy. We're looking at the scoreboard. This is what, 9 shots for FaZe Clan on 0 goals. They had opportunities, they had a couple of chances, but nothing too strong. And you mentioned Sypical in particular. I felt like he had the best shots, at least opportunities on the net that he's gonna want a couple of chances back at.
Yeah, FaZe.
Oh, that save
they
from
had
Justin.
a lot of pressure like early on. Yeah, that was awesome for sure. And Justin, the top of the leaderboard for his team. Garrett, again, continuing to impress me at least, and shutting down FaZe and chasing that ball down. But probably not the start FaZe wanted here. Got to find a way through NRG.
Yeah.
And they really couldn't. I honestly don't think it looked that bad. It just comes down to the shooting. And Sypical had the best looks. His number was called, so it's just that accuracy has to improve.
Yeah, it didn't feel like a rough game for FaZe Clan at all. It just comes down to the execution. I think they would prefer, obviously, to hold more pressure, but with the level that we're seeing Garrett G in particular hit in the midfield and with these challenges, you can't expect to hold too much pressure. It's going to be a dogfight in the midfield. And I think for a FaZe Clan, you've just got to pick it up in the shooting department. And if you can do that, it's going to be a much closer game, but we're already off with a strong NRG offense, with Squishy getting a stab at the net.
Well, we talk about the importance of scoring first in a game, and teams in North America that do score first in a game have won 73% of those games. NRG in this event have scored in 79% of their games, they've scored first. And their season total was 50%. So it's a massive improvement in their ability to strike first. And that has to.
Wow. You can feel the shift too, even in the first minute. They've been stuck on offense for this entire time, building these chances, looking to at least set up more teammates. And Justin, alone by himself, what does he do? He's got the flip, almost gets around miss. That was a ridiculous shot, but an even better save. And here comes FaZe Clan.
Oh, first killer, great move around Squishy, missed. 2 touches! benefited off the whiff from Garrett, and FaZe score first.
It was a good look for Justin. You thought he was going to put it into the back of the net, but missed, kept them alive. And look at him go on the offense. He transitioned so quickly down the other side, saw the backboard space, and punishes.
FaZe do get that first goal and actually collect, but it was off of that Garrett whiff. See if NRG can right that ship, but FaZe, you'll absolutely take it after none of the shots went in last time. It's typical. Just trying to buy some time. First killer missed with the whole way back. Justin back to Garrett, and that will force FaZe back a little bit more. Good form here for first killer, and a nice soft touch back to Typical, but Dia starts to die a little bit. Mist had to hurry up to get to that challenge, ended up losing it out. A demo from Mist may open it up for first killer. Goes for the pinch, and Squishy was ready.
And that's where I get scared a bit for NRG, is if you're giving space away, or honestly deleted out of the way. At that moment, excuse me, you weren't giving it away. You were bumped out the way by Mist, but you can't let first killer have any amount of space on this field. Of course, if you give him an inch, he's going to take a mile. That's just what we're used to seeing. And mechanics have been picking it up for FaZe Clan, slowly getting into that peak striking form. We're seeing the shots be more accurate, the touches going their way, controlling the pace much better. And I'm not seeing nearly as many challenge wins like Garrett G in the midfield get stuffed, and we just see FaZe Clan looking to lay siege to this NRG defense, as that one barely missed the goal line.
NRG trying to keep the walls unbattered. First killer loses the ball a little bit. Squishy pops it up. Now Justin, a little bit of boost. He's got Garrett on the wing. Garrett on target. Garrett in the net.
Where has this NRG offense been all season long? Garrett G off the pass, the pre-jump from Justin. They're all on the same page. Squishy to Justin, Justin to Garrett, Garrett to the goal.
And this was still rotating back. He sees Justin in the air, and he gets frozen on the back wall. Everyone from FaZe was still rotating back. And that's the worst position you want to be in if you're missed. Having to defend that free pass to Garrett.
That's amazing. That is ridiculous stuff from NRG. Building that transition and also being in position for Garrett. So aggressive. And Justin, he landed in the perfect spot. Squishy can't get the angle. It was an opportunity that came and went, and Garrett G still pressing.
Miss trying to break this out. First killer and Typical gotta stay back. Justin gets a freebie. Justin has the reset, but he couldn't get the touch clean enough, and it got away from him. Garrett, another one. He just follows it straight down. Justin already jumping with the catch. Squishy coming in. Justin knowing he has to buy time, weaving his way, but first killer snips it down. Miss gets bumped. Garrett G in the air, going across. Typical able to drop down, get the defense. FaZe have the form on defense right now, but NRG are just throwing their cars right in front of the box. Garrett coming around. Squishy, hard touch, but Miss was ready again.
And this isn't a horrible sign for FaZe Clan. Of course, they're dealing with a lot of pressure, but if you remember back to that first goal, it all started with that goal line save from Miss. So a lot of emphasis on the transition for FaZe. I think they're trying to catch NRG too pressed forward as they're hunting for this second goal. And it could be that big clear from Mist here that sets things up. But Typical backflip to that give even more space to Justin to keep this ball in the defensive half of FaZe.
And Justin just didn't have anywhere to go with the ball despite Typical's backflip. He had first killer right behind him. He had Mist also rotating in the other side. Now Justin
double demo.
Deleted. Garrett, though, gets control of the ball and the boost. Beats Mist to it. Squishy in the air. Squishy off the board. Justin, free shot. Mist with a save. Back over to the corner. First killer trying to get back out. He's by one. He's by two now. FaZe trying to break out, but Squishy still on the back line. As Typical swings it back across, and there's just nothing there for Mist. Has to defend Garrett's clear. The end of regulation on Forbidden Temple. Another try. Typical wins the touch. First killer. Back over to Mist. FaZe at 1 second left. Take the lead.
And this is exactly what I feared for NRG. They had so many opportunities, couldn't capitalize, and it's one transition down the other side, 1 second remaining, and Mist almost seals the deal so long as they get a good kickoff.
That was scary for a little bit there for FaZe, but they kill the kickoff, and they will take game 2.
Oh, that is ridiculous stuff. The defense, especially from Mist, that man in particular, was having an outstanding defensive game, and he also had both of the goals. 3 saves, 2 goals for missed. Absolute MVP of this game. And this shows the arsenal of FaZe Clan. They're willing to not just have First Killer show up with mechanics, but a player like Mist can come through and close a lot of these gaps on defense for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, and then First Killer breaking out on that play and setting that up. Typical had that touch to beat the defender, just trying to get it over to the corner rather than trying to go 50. Everything went right on that last push for FaZe when it felt like they might have succumbed to the pressure with NRG. I mean, they were throwing their chassis at the ball, aggressive offensive posture, but just couldn't actually get that final shot that got them the lead. That overtime, I think, really reset the momentum that NRG had been building, and it helped FaZe just, set the tone, or reset the tone rather, as we head to game 3.
Yeah, and that could be the approach that FaZe Clan are going into this game and this series with, is just a more defensive style. Maybe you let First Killer do a little bit of that magic in the air, flip reset opportunity. We've got a lot of strong transitions from FaZe Clan. That's been the main thing as First Killer looks for a psycho off the backboard.
Of course he's gonna go for it. Now Justin, First Killer, 1 boost coming off the wall. Just got the grab, now he's left dead in the water as Garrett pinches it right in!
Garrett G, he gets the flip reset and realizes nobody wants to challenge, so I'll hold it all the way until I hit the ground and snipe the bottom right corner.
He saw First Killer, he thought about going to the wall, but then he was like, wait, I don't have any boost. But maybe that would have been the play as Garrett's coming down. But hey, it wouldn't have mattered.
Garrett G, he's in a new form, man. He has activated Super Saiyan. If Squishy is not going Super Saiyan off the backboard, I'm not gonna lie.
That's the same thing. That's the same way FaZe scored the first time in the last game.
This is reverse Super Saiyan, Jorby. I'm not sure what's happening here.
What is reverse Super Saiyan? Like Sad Vegeta?
I think you just like shave off all of your hair instead of it turning yellow. That's pretty.
Oh, so you become Krillin. Yeah, no one wants to be Krillin. Well, NRG, as the top analyst in the game would say, hit the ball.
Yeah.
The First Killer gonna carry this down. He gets missed with a double demo. First Killer can't shake Justin though, and it's pushed back.
Mist is still doing so much dirty work. 2 demos, opening space, providing for this FaZe Clan offense and defense with Squishy. Bit of retaliation and also a nice net, to shoot at, but the pass might have been a better opportunity. And things are stabilizing, or at least I say that, as First Killer takes out 1 player. So physical from FaZe Clan as we get into the second half.
Too juicy of a pass there from Squishy. Garrett couldn't catch up to it. Typical in lead on the ball. And he drills it right underneath Justin. Squishy's ready.
Justin's looking for a demo.
And it works out, and Squishy nails the target again. Justin playing headhunter.
Squishy, this is redemption for him. He's the one who missed off the backboard, so it's got to feel good to find his mark. And Justin was hunting for that demo on Mist. The pressure must have made him off his line a little bit. The rotation might have slipped up. Can't get the save. And NRG back on top.
And this time they can respond in regulation. But Mist already on the ball on the kickoff, on the reset, on the double touch, but he missed! Right off the bar, another touch, back to First Killer. A softie, he couldn't get enough power. But also, there were a bunch of NRG members in net. It could have been a free clear, a free transition. Squishy's gonna get one anyway. Here he goes, down the field. Squares up against Typical. Justin had jumped and...
Oh no, Garrett's alone.
Make better. What?
He's still winning a challenge.
First he goes for the Psycho. Then he goes for the poke.
Was he going for a pogo there? I didn't even get a chance to see.
It looked like a poke, or he was going for that.
He's trying
the ball got away from him.
He's trying to disrespect NRG. I don't know if a pogo is the right strategy, but I guess you got to get more and more creative as the defense has been picked up for NRG. And you've noticed, Jorby, there's been a shift too for FaZe Clan. They've been getting more physical than ever in this game, but it's not really working out. The timing isn't there, and Justin, he's also looking for a demo of his own as this ball does roll back in the corner and pinches across.
Right over to Garrett with a full tank. He's used a lot to get back to this ball, though. Tried to control, tried to get the bump, was unsuccessful. Justin, no space to First Killer, cuts him off, and another one from Squishy. These challenges in game 3 from Squishy. Now Justin Has Typical on the wall. First killer comes up. And now he's got possession. Forces Squishy back. They got another NRG member. That's Garrett flying in. And Squishy doesn't have to make the save. Now Justin downfield. Cut off again by Typical. FaZe have stabilized on the midfield, but it's NRG with possession again. All of FaZe wait. Missed. Done waiting. Got the 50. I think this one kills the drive for NRG.
I'm a bit worried, though, for the boost tanks. Out of all 3 members of NRG, I've been on Squishy's cam for the past minute and a half, and he has been struggling. He has 100 boost to his name now, but so far, after these demos, it's going to be hard to get back into the rotation and find boost. But if you got a player like Garrett G, who's alone, even when 2 players get taken out, he can waste enough time and allow you to get back on defense.
Just slotted himself right in the passing lane. Typical's flick denied again by Garrett G. A free ball for first killer. Too high off the bar. Missed up in the air. Justin pirouette got the save. Missed touchdown. Typical finally puts it in for FaZe.
They were knocking on the door for so long, and eventually something breaks through. Missed the recovery on the backboard to pop it out for Typical. Unbelievable, and Squishy just a little too slow on that challenge.
Well, everyone cheering on NRG today. You know, no doubt Squishy, Justin, and Garrett have lots of fans out there, and you know, a lot of the fans out there, you know, trying to give Squishy the power of the ocean and trying to drown out FaZe Clan. But FaZe, you know, they're just strong swimmers. It's hard to really knock them off their balance.
Yeah.
It's Typical, trying to do a little more than just tread water here, but NRG at least neutralize things here on the midfield line. A couple of
pass,
back and
miss.
forth touches.
Freeze,
Goes high. Missed, just whiffed the ball. Justin potentially blocks it. But he's going to put that one up high and help NRG out here on defense.
And this feels similar to the last game, where things started out good for NRG, but FaZe Clan slowly crept their way back up into a winning position and missed with a good 50-50. It almost squeezed in. And then the finishing shot from First Killer comes through.
You gotta look out, because First Killer's always on the hunt. That bounced off the post. Just, Justin, he wanted to touch out to the corner, but the way it bounced down, didn't expect at least the force it bounced down with. He couldn't get it to Garrett. First Killer punishes with 8 seconds left.
10 shots for FaZe Clan so far, compared to the 7 of NRG. Now they want to make it 8 if Justin can put it on target, but instead he's got to go off the backboard, or excuse me, the sidewall, and that ball will kill on the ground. FaZe Clan battle back in the second half and get their second game win.
Great job stabilizing from FaZe Clan. First Killer sitting at the top of the scoreboard for his team, but missed. I think has been dangerous heading down the field. I mean, how many dangerous chances did he put on target? How many threatening double touches did he have? Even had that flip reset double attempt to put more pressure on them. Yeah. And the crazy thing is, I think Garrett's shot was just insane. But the crazy thing is, if he doesn't whiff that, if he doesn't whiff the backboard, NRG, maybe we're going to overtime here. Maybe they even win that game. But it's 2 whiffs in the last 2 games from NRG that really have ended up costing them. These games have ended by 1 goal each time.
I really feel for Squishy too, because he's been in that 3rd man position the entire series, and that's a lot of responsibility. It's kind of a similar role that Mist has on FaZe Clan that we're witnessing in front of us. Mist is always on the back line, always rotating back, trying to get boosts and get the last goal line save. They're guardian angel of each respective team. And Squishy just hasn't had the boost to transition out quickly and to get involved on offense. And on top of that, he's missing off the backboard too, that one mechanical error. So you're gonna come into this game questioning his mental, how he's gonna approach this. Is he feeling a little bit unconfident now? Will he continue to press forward? We're gonna have to wait and find out. Because like you said, Jorby, if there wasn't that one clinical mistake, we would have seen an overtime.
You know, and with what Garrett has said before, at least yesterday and in his post-game interviews and elsewhere, is they haven't really been feeling that pressure. Yeah. So you think little things like that, if things continue the way they have for NRG, then it probably won't shake them too bad. It probably won't shake Squishy that bad. Think about how close it has been. 2 whiffs, we might be talking about a 3-0 NRG score line rather than 2-1 FaZe. And no timeout for NRG, despite the 2 straight losses. They opt to just go straight into the next game. First Killer, good control. The reset challenged out by Squishy.
The beginning of this game has been a little off for NRG. We've seen 2 double commits now, a demo from Typical on Squishy. Offense applying themselves well from FaZe Clan. And I think that NRG are just too eager now to go up for a lot of these challenges.
Whoa.
Garrett G can get the save on the goal line. Squishy, nice dribble. I love the possession. That's what's needed to waste time. And even get a shot on target. Squishy looking to be not tilted at all. I guess everything I said was completely irrelevant because, my goodness, that was a great look from him.
Well, it can change game to game, really minute to minute, can it?
Yeah.
That's the chaos that Rocket League provides. Such a hard game to consistently perform game after game. Justin switching out. First killer with a reset. First killer all by himself. He's capable. Typical trying to kill it. Garrett, big clear.
And here we go. Nice transition out of Mist. Still looking for first killer. That's that third man role I was talking about. Mist is always in the back line, holding things down. Typical wants to set up even more plays, but look at the offense work. Look at them cook. It's Justin, the pre-jump save. It was right in the middle of the net. Squishy can't get a touch. And now NRG scrambling on defense, trying to still keep this score 0-0.
I think first killer might have blinded Squishy with how hard that fake was. Didn't amount to anything, though. Justin pass! That amounted to a goal for Squishy!
And this is such a good sign for NRG, seeing Squishy on the other side have enough boost to get aggressive and also be on the receiving end of this shot. 2 players in the same spot for FaZe Clan. Justin weaving between them and passing that ball into the midfield.
First killer almost pull shot, missed him with the save. It was close, but not close enough. RG score first this time. It's FaZe Clan. On the transition, first killer, catch over another, and another save from Justin. That is 2 saves. He has to defend mechanical attempts. One from Typical, was it? And the other for first killer. Oh, wait, I think both were for first killer. There's another shot for NRG. Missed another save, rebound back to Garrett. Typical all over it as Justin just trying to kill the ball back to Squishy Muffins.
But it feels like it's just a matter of time for FaZe Clan to start hitting their marks. I definitely think that first goal line pre-jump save out of Justin, while it was fantastic work for him to be in that position, the shot was not the most accurate. There was so much more space that you could have shot at. And I think for FaZe Clan, this is kind of reminiscent of game 1. Not seeing the best shooting accuracy, and your time is dwindling away, especially with demos like that, and a good 50-50 out of Garrett G to keep the pressure applied.
And the demo to even give that space. Now Squishy in front. Typical got the first defense, but Garrett's in the air. Missed, stuck on the wall. The shot's not good enough. Justin tried to read it. He couldn't. First killer on a breakout now, back for FaZe. And he's trying to move downfield. Garrett trying to get into position. Squishy defeated. First killer, bumping one. First killer, the bulldozer, puts FaZe in the tie.
The one-man army. First killer behind the ball, keeps it to himself. Past one defender, bumps the second, and paves the way for Typical.
FaZe, it's the physical game that's been the difference maker. So many bumps and demos. That one leading directly to a goal again. That demo right there, Justin, demoing first killer, missed responding by demoing Justin.
That might be the answer for NRG to get back into this game. Start to get physical yourself. I think you need to at this point. If you're getting bullied out of the way, it needs to be a good response. Good space now for first killer. Looking to build something in that corner. Missed. What's he going to do with it off the backboard? He could have gone for the pass, but the double is that much more intriguing for the man, and it's still saved. Justin on the goal line.
Justin has like what's like the highest reading level that you could possibly have? How in the world are you getting every single save like that? You're left alone. Like the rule is you're supposed to get dusted in that situation. You're not supposed to be goated, but it's Justin, so should we really be that surprised? But FaZe, like the opportunities are good. They got great chances.
Yeah.
But they're getting stuffed by one man in particular. And that's Justin. Squishy and Garrett coming across. First killer, another attempt back to Typical. And he can't put it on target. Miss can't go.
Justin has kept NRG's dreams alive of winning this game and kept them tied up, but now Typical could make this a 1-goal game, and it's gonna be first killer off the hard work of Typical on that dribble.
Another late lead here for FaZe. Typical, great catch, freezing Squishy. Garrett rotating back. He has to just jump and hope he can get to it. But when first killer hits it with such force, that's gonna be a tough one to make happen. Great setup from Typical and finish from first killer, FaZe Clan. Taking control of the series.
Garrett's
But
got full
Garrett on the
boost.
kickoff.
Flip reset.
Here he comes with the reset. Drops it.
pump.
Justin deletes them and missed. He can't save them. NRG tie.
Missed. He got the 50 on the goal line, and Garrett G fakes the flip reset, allowing so much time for Justin to demolish the goalkeeper, leaving only Mist to keep them alive. Can't find the 50-50 out of the net, and Squishy drives it home. 3 seconds remaining, all tied up. NRG are back in it.
Another overtime. NRG haven't been able to pull away a victory out of it. And here's Typical. He wins it off the kickoff. Garrett left by himself, but he's got a full tank. That one touch will buy time for Squishy. Justin also now in the rotation. Garrett just going for the quick shot to catch first killer out. The first killer responds. Typical playing close with him. Start of OT. Looked like it could have been FaZe at the start. First killer shakes off one. Garrett turning on to Mist, and the 50 drills through one. Typical trying to crash Justin, but Justin clears it out for NRG, and they can get set back up.
NRG have somehow avoided going to match point against FaZe Clan and got us into this OT, but do they have what it takes to clutch this game out? Last second heroics worked out, but you know FaZe Clan are still hungry, and there's still that man first killer lurking for that finishing goal.
But there's also Justin lurking in the net. Past the first killer, he can't make contact. A little too powerful of a pass from Typical.
Here comes Mist.
Now Mist on the catch, Typical on the wing. But he can't fake out Garrett. Justin on the back line, he's already up. Denies first killer. Mist going for the boost steal, he's got it. But the challenge knocked away. Back over to Typical, got the catch, works his way around. Mist tracking the play. Mist back over to first killer. No, Garrett's gonna get to the ball, and no play here for FaZe. Garrett's got control, pops it high. Mist grabs it, back over to the corner for FaZe. A scary opportunity, but they make the grab on defense. Justin deleted, Garrett deleted. Squishy the hero that NRG need to respawn.
And that's such a necessary touch out of Squishy. He grabbed the midfield boost and was able to waste more time, but that's a good bounce. Very fortunate for Typical. It was on target, but Garrett G recovers in the net. NRG, they're not out yet, and they might just end the OT if Garrett just can get a 50-50 back and forth. Both teams exchanging blows.
He just had no boost. He couldn't stretch for it.
Not a good touch. That's not a good touch.
That's a pass to first killer. He sees the net, but Justin closes it down. Missed. Another one up high. Taken away again by Squishy. NRG do not want this to go to match point. They would love to tie it up right here. Justin has given them every chance. 7 saves for Justin alone on NRG. Here he goes again. Back across to Mist. Drills it across, but first killer lies in wait, and he's going to take it himself. First killer.
Squishy doesn't have a lot
starts
of boost.
the drill. Here he goes off the ceiling, but taken away again. NRG. They've responded to everything FaZe have thrown at them on offense in this OT, but they will not stop throwing things. There seems to be an infinite amount of ammo, but now Squishy hits one back off the board. Nobody can go. FaZe, a little dangerous there, Turtle, but they're able to get the ball back down. NRG still pressing.
14 saves out of NRG, and now it looks like they might have to make even more compared to the 5 saves of FaZe Clan. They've been on offense what feels like this entire OT. NRG looking for some kind of transition. That was a scary shot from Squishy. It looks like they're trying to throw tester shots at the FaZe Clan defense. Maybe they'll slip up.
Justin.
Out to Squishy.
Shot too wide.
Here comes
Where's
Garrett?
There he is. First killer saves the day for FaZe. Squishy popping that one up again.
And he got a demo.
Neither team will let the net open. Demos, bumps, anything. Here's another one. Denied by Garrett. He gets in the way. Missed the wins two
Squishy doesn't have a lot of boost.
Squishy's left alone in net. He gets on top. He gets the save. First killer misses the net. Typical. The bouncer, Justin. First killer finally scores. Oh my God. Death by 1,000 cuts, and FaZe Clan got the knife.
How many shots is it gonna take to break down NRG? This felt like 4 or 5 in a row, and eventually they get an opening. FaZe Clan working hard to put us on match point.
3 straight overtimes and 3 straight losses for NRG. Despite the deep, that felt like vintage NRG right there with just
8 saves. Justin had 8 saves.
He had over half of his team saves. And like his saves were ridiculous too. NRG are calling a timeout now.
And we get the hat trick from first killer. That game provided us with everything we could have asked for. Absolutely unreal. And there is a timeout, like you said, from NRG. They need to cool off FaZe Clan, and that hurts because NRG, they weren't even supposed to be in that OT until the last 3 seconds. You saw the plays from Squishy to finish it off. Garrett G, the fake flip reset. It was such a well-calculated and well-established play. But in OT, we weren't seeing any pressure from them. Every single opportunity they got just felt like a lob down the other side, Jorby.
Yeah, they really couldn't get like much going, and
there was no boost either.
They still managed to get 10 shots on net. Justin didn't take any though, and like, Justin was too busy saving the ball.
Yeah.
But like, that's weird. I'm pretty sure Justin got a shot or two. I thought he did anyway. Maybe I'm crazy, but you can't have FaZe shooting 18 times. That's gonna be real rough to survive, Turtle. So on Oasis, things gotta change here for NRG.
You can't rely on the efficiency of these saves right now. Like it's some of the most entertaining Rocket League I think we could ask for is seeing this defensive style from NRG. But they've got to find a way to break out of their own half. As we take a look at the Mobile One high performance replay, this was ridiculous on both sides. First of all, we got a lot of amazing plays from Justin with the demo. That flip reset fake from Garrett G to set up Squishy to get us into the OT was a highlight reel in and of itself. But at the end of the day, there was too much pressure from FaZe Clan. How do NRG break out of defense? What's it gonna take? For me personally, I've been keeping an eye on the midfield boost. That's been what controls the pace of this game. Squishy all the time will look for that midfield boost, trying to get it. It's almost never there for him, and that's been how FaZe Clan can set a siege on the defense of NRG. They're taking the boost, they're controlling it, they're getting demos. And yes, you can rely as much as you want on Justin's goal line saves, but it's not going to be efficient because you will get scored on eventually, Jorby.
Match point for FaZe Clan. NRG, their last life here. They'll fight back their best performance all season long. But FaZe Clan stand in the way, and a difficult opponent they have truly proven to be, to the surprise of absolutely nobody. It's Garrett trying to get NRG out of this first push on defense. Back pass, typical to first killer, back to Mist. First killer actually just wins that clean though. Despite the double commit, everyone lands where they need to. But first killer setting up Mist now. Justin in the air. Mist got the read. And there has been that slight battle in the air. Justin specifically has been countering or been jumping early at almost every ball that first killer has. His first killer has just been controlling the ball in almost every aerial he's had. His first couple of touches here, more harder touch, dodging into the ball. Now Typical, it's a little high. It was actually dropping down. Justin got the save again.
I mean, they definitely understand the assignment to deny First Killer as much as possible, but I think we've seen a big step up from First Killer's teammates in Typical and Mist. I've been so impressed with them. Everybody always talks about First Killer being a monster in his own right, but I really think this has been a team victory for FaZe Clan, and they're gonna need that again against NRG because they're not yielding on defense within the first minute of all that pressure, and finally they break out and get a sequence of offense. Here comes Justin. What's he gonna do with it? First Killer up early from the ceiling. Not too productive out of NRG on offense.
I thought FaZe would have had something with a little more force there on the counter, but Typical ended up just dumping it. Another good catch here for First Killer. Leaves it for Mist.
And he dunked him.
The dunk! He gets the double dunk! Oh, if it wasn't good the first time, it was sweet the second.
Oh, man, we got so many dunks from Mist. And the carry from First Killer out of his own half to get it across the pitch to Mist, set him up in the air, and Mist can finish it. The setup, the alley-oop from First, and of course the slam dunk from Mist.
NRG now forced to respond. 2 unanswered FaZe goals in the last 2 games. Here's a cut now, Squishy. Trying to be quick with it, but Mist had already pulled off, and then Squishy gets deleted. Good cut there by Typical as well, and FaZe Clan get time and space to think. Another demo. Typical taking Squishy out. Garrett,
They're just
got that,
it's got to be over from that one from First Killer, I'm thinking, as it got transitioned over. I see NRG, getting big clears down the other side. They're getting demoed out the way. There's not a lot of boost. Their life is depleting in this game, Joe, but we need to see a step up, some kind of change in the pace, in the speed from NRG. It's not looking good. I mean, even in that instance, Garrett G can't get a touch on it. He's giving away possession immediately to Mist. We're not seeing the same level of control, but here we go. Squishy over to Justin. Stuffed out by Typical, but there was a demo on the play, which means pressure is still going to be applied from NRG.
And Garrett can't go for that ball. Missed right on top of it. Missed. Doing so much work at the start of game 5. There he goes again, Typical. Back to first killer. Cut off by Garrett. Cutoffs are good for NRG, but that offensive form, like you said, almost non-existent. Yeah. It's been mostly FaZe Clan control and pace of game. Here's another chance. Squishy looking for Justin. First killer's already in the air. They haven't done enough to make FaZe uncomfortable on defense. Usually, defenses are the ones who are supposed to respond, but it feels like NRG's offense is responding to FaZe's defense.
Yeah. And on top of that, I feel like NRG have been panicking, but it was a good setup out of Squishy. I like the dribble. I just want to see NRG prioritize possession more. And it's going to be hard. They don't have the boost, so the first instinct, of course, is to boom it to the other side. But this air dribble is exactly what I wanted from Garrett. It's going to open up opportunities, at least keep the ball in the half of FaZe Clan. And as I say that, it's a quick 1-2 pass connection in the corner. What do you do if you're NRG?
Now, Squishy's watching this play, and Justin's creeping up as he sees an initial double commit. And so he starts creeping up a little bit because first killer initially hits it back. So Justin sees that and he's like, okay, I'm moving up. Squishy's also kind of moving back towards the midfield line. They're both in probably the worst spot possible. And that almost turned into a disaster for NRG. Now they have to right that ship. They need a minute that they haven't had in 10 plus. Garrett already downfield. Justin lobs it up to him. But first killer, time and again, getting in the way. Typical. Got the catch back over to Mist. You said it's been a full team effort from FaZe. You're absolutely correct, Turtle. Mist started off with a banger.
Yeah.
Typical, been making the tough touches in between. And first killer, he's been impossible to win a 50 against him in Oasis.
Yeah, it does feel like first killer is the one closing out this game in particular on match point. And now look at all this space given to first killer and company. There's even more for Typical. Nobody wants to challenge this out of NRG, and when we do, it's a double commit. Things all out of order. The organization, not there. Rotations have been broken down. More space given up, but this is actually over to NRG. Do they have a sign of life? Garrett G can't find the double. Squishy's touch is straight into the sky. And with 3 seconds left, FaZe Clan move on and secure a spot against Space Station Gaming.
FaZe Clan too strong of a Titan, and the nightmare continues into the lower bracket final. They started off on the wrong wheel, and it almost felt like it was going to be the same story as yesterday, Turtle. NRG winning close games, but winning them, and they couldn't do it in overtime against FaZe Clan. Even after they fought back to tie it, to send it to OT, they couldn't win that one. The margins were thin in this series, and then game 5 came, and FaZe Clan just shoved a wrench into it, widened it right open, and now they're looking to bop Space Station right on the head into the grand finals. You do not want to miss that match. So stay in your seats, get your channel points ready. We'll be back after the break.
What's with these seats, bro? I thought you had the hookup.
Dude, it's all us retired players get.
Can you believe we're here? Game 7, grand finals of the World Championship?
Yeah, I mean, it's cool and all, but what about me? What about, like, everybody else?
Everybody else?
Yeah, like all the players looking to make it to the next level. Like, what if there was a tournament for them?
Yeah, but who's gonna do that?
offense for their own good, and it's leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a chronic. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one flipped out. First killer. Let's see how much flip. He's trying to use it. The pass down. It's unbelievable.
Your vision, when look at my jaw just dropped, can't catch my breath. The sand in the hourglass has stopped. You light up my world in ways I can't explain. Your electricity's running through my veins. Oh, baby, I can't help it. I've never felt like this. Only you can do what you do. Only you give me that deja vu. Only you. Before you found me, I was floating among the stars. No direction till I landed in your arms. Destiny makes sense when I look in your eyes. A new force of nature that brings me to life. Oh, baby, I can't help it. I've never felt like this. Only you can do what you do. Only you give me that deja vu. Only
NRG become the first team to take a game off of FaZe in the lower bracket, but they'd only get one. FaZe continue to roll. They now have a date with Space Station in the lower bracket finals, and the winner of that advances to try and take on version 1 in the grands to win the whole thing. Welcome back. I got Gibbs, I got Dazarin. And FaZe, FaZe are they just winning this whole thing, Daz? I feel like they are set at this point.
I mean, that's what we predicted on the first touch desk. I mean, we knew FaZe were going to have a bounce back because they're a team that's that good and have shown that over the course of the season multiple times. It's no surprise that they would end up showing up today. Obviously, like a lot of people said, NRG, great tournament run. They fought hard, but unfortunately, they ran into a FaZe Clan team that, I mean, we saw it over the course of the tournament. They looked hot all the way through, and they're still showing no signs of slowing down today.
But there was only a couple of bounces, I would say, from Energy being up 3-0 in this series at one point. We had 3 incredibly close games, but then FaZe got rolling and they kind of dominated throughout games 4 and 5. But I want to talk about boost management a bit because First Killer and Mist, they average boost in their tank throughout the game was at 55, and everyone else on the field is around 48. Then boost per minute stats, FaZe is way ahead of Energy. They were just faster on the field at all times. Energy tries to play that defensive style, but then FaZe is like, all right, then we'll just grab some more boost and boost our view at some point, and it was just a little too much for Energy.
Yeah, FaZe benefits from not only having a faster pace than other teams on the field, but being able to do incredible dynamic gameplay at that speed here, folks, and Space Station is going to have their hands full. Before we talk about that, though, folks, I hope you're ready to get fast and furious out there, a little bit angry, a little bit speedy. The Dodge Charger Hellcat SRT is the latest car from the Fast and Furious saga to join Rocket League. You can check it out alongside other Fast and Furious cars in-game now until May 30th. If you've ever looked at the skyline in game and been like, how do I get one? Now is your chance till May 30th. You can go and check out all the Fast and Furious cars. Get yourself a Charger, in-game, out-of-game. I'm pretty sure BeastMode drives one of these. He doesn't drive the Hellcat SRT variant, but he does drive a Charger. So if you're a big BeastMode fan, good pickup there. So
maybe we'll see it for an invitational. Who knows? We'll see BeastMode pop it out.
You can drive up to it, folks. That'd be great. I'll have a little car meet in the parking lot. Let's talk about the bracket here real fast. Give you guys an update on how we got to where we are at and where we are going. So many games. It's hard to believe this thing was empty just 48 hours ago. And now here we are down to just 2 more matches to go. Version 1 beating Space Station. They wait in the grand finals. FaZe beats NRG. And now it's time for Space Station versus FaZe Clan. Arsenal, LJ, and Hoxer trying to bounce back to take on the boys from FaZe. Can Space Station do what no one else has been able to do other than Furia in the round 1 when FaZe struggled in day 1?
So I got some bad news for Space Station fans. This feels so much like day 2. Where we saw Optic, they play against version 1, they look flat, version 1 dominates them, and then they fall down to the lower bracket and face FaZe Clan, and it happens again. I feel like Space Station and Optic also play it the way where they go for physical plays a lot as well. So like those teams are more linked than most, I would say. It feels like we're getting the same exact thing here, Daz, unless Space Station can find a way to bounce back after that tough loss.
This is really tough for Space Station Gaming. Again, coming off of that loss, I even had them taking the series against Version 1. Version 1 came out and proved me very wrong here. Seeing that level of play from V1 and seeing how FaZe Clan got warmed up to kind of start the day against NRG, knowing that FaZe Clan are only going to improve from this point, see those mechanics on display. Sure, SSG could be a team up to the task, but this is a big deal because when it talks about major time, when we talk about sending the best teams in North America to the majors, the international stage, if SSG can stand against teams like FaZe Clan and V1 when they're playing at their peak, I feel like they deserve to be with them in these international majors. So a true test of what SSG's mettle has been over the course of the spring split right now.
You see the players preparing for their matches. I mean, for FaZe, they're also getting the benefit from kind of having some momentum, a short series, only 5 games against NRG, rolling straight into this match. I mean, I feel like the momentum is going to be so important for their team here. Space Station really does have their back against the wall here, Gibbs.
Absolutely. With Space Station, they do have a lot of points already. They want to get as many as they possibly can. Like if they win this regional, they will clinch major. But FaZe Clan, they did have that 9th place finish. We know what happened in winter. It was a 9th place finish into a 1st place right after. FaZe doesn't want to be in this lower bracket, but the way they're playing, especially in games 4 and 5 versus Energy, it seems like they woke up and they're just a beast down here. And no one wants to lose an upper final and see FaZe in the lower bracket. That is not what you want.
80% of chat thought NRG was going to make it was going to win the whole thing. That was wrong. But like 70% of chat thought there was going to be a bracket reset. That's starting to feel more likely, especially if FaZe is able to keep this up here. But I mean, what is the recipe for Space Station, right? They understand. They've known probably since halfway through the game. Once FaZe won that overtime in game 4, I think they were like, all right, let's prepare. Let's think about FaZe. What are we going to do to beat FaZe? How do we stop First Killer? And for the Space Station fans in chat, I know they're asking the same question right now, Daz.
It's a speed test. Same thing that we saw in the Furia series, right? Where Furia, they're a fast team that works well with space, but if they get beat out into the midfield, sometimes they get caught back, and you really have to send that defensive test. The problem and the difference here for Space Station Gaming is that Furia and FaZe's defense is way better. I mean, and it's going to be a lot harder for them to be able to score against a team like FaZe Clan. Now, of course, I think Space Station Gaming have the ability to do that, but it really is going to be kind of the biggest challenge from them. I think, honestly, if they can get some strong beats and then make some plays down the stretch, get some counterattacks in, that could be one of their best bets here in this particular matchup. But the biggest thing is to not give FaZe Clan space in the midfield. They're too dangerous when they have that room to work with. They can pick apart the best of defenses.
And now we're saying like doom and gloom here for Space Station, but in the first regional in spring, Space Station did take down FaZe and drop them to the lower bracket. They won that in 5, so it is possible. But the 4 meetings before that, FaZe won 4 in a row. So you would think FaZe has the advantage, but Space Station has the most recent win here. And I think it really comes down to, we talked about boost conservation on FaZe with Mist and First Killer. Like, we know Arsenal is going to be upfield trying to cause havoc. He's got to get those boost pills, though, like in the corners of FaZe on defense to make sure those counterattacks do not happen. Like, if he can get that plus a demo, it's going to open up a lot of space for his playmakers. So I think Arsenal, watch out for him on the other side of the field, on FaZe's side, and see if he can do some damage.
Grabbing boost, managing the resource for FaZe, taking it away from them. Going to be a key to victory here for Space Station. We'll see how they do as we get into game number 1. Before we do, chat, let us know who you think is going to win. Use the hashtags SSG, hashtag FaZe. Daz, who's your pick?
Oh, man, this is tough. I got to go with the hot hand right now. I got to go with FaZe Clan here. I feel like, they've been ramping up over the course ever since they had that big win, I say, against Shopify Rebellion. I would say they've been on a run. Give me FaZe.
FaZe, clearly.
It does seem like this is FaZe's match to lose. Give me FaZe on this one as well. Space Station fans will be playing the underdog role in this one. They are playing an uphill battle, but they are in chat. SSG, it's got the fan base here. Can they make it happen? And I mean, it is going to be a long road, though. This again, best of 7s as well. How important is game 1 here for this series, Gibbs?
I feel like it's not too important because I do feel like FaZe, when they played Energy, they lost game 1. It was great. Space Station won game 1 as well, like in their series prior. So game 1 really hasn't been that important. It's a best of 7. It's a long series.
The long series, folks. Strap in. We've got another one to go through. The team that comes out of this faces V1 in the finals for the championship of the Spring Cup presented by Mobile One. FaZe versus Space Station. Game 1 starts now.
The desk was unanimous in picking FaZe Clan, but chat split across the board. I'm joined by Stumpy Goblin. And Stumpy, what does chat know that the desk doesn't for Space Station Gaming?
They've got a lot of fans.
Okay, fair enough.
Gaming basically have a lot of fans, which I love, I adore, I admire that, in fact. But FaZe, I think, are going to be the stronger team coming into this. Yes, as Gibbs said, it was a 3-2 last time they faced, and Space Station took that down in NA Spring 1. However, FaZe are just stronger at the moment. Starting off, instead, though, with a lot of pressure coming out for Space Station Gaming. Typical with a lovely long shot on First Killer to tap it away. And FaZe have also got to this point, bear in mind, by going through a very, very new and rejuvenated NRG.
Yeah, but this is not a good sight for Space Station Gaming fans. That looked very reminiscent of their series against version 1. The counterattack is what they need to be able to stop. They're very heavy-handed on offense, pushing all 3 members forward. And right there, they paid for it. As typical, again, looking to start the offense early for FaZe Clan and looking to just stall Space Station Gaming and not allow them to get going early.
And we looked as well at how well each of these teams did previously because of their wins and the fact that Space Station Gamer managed to take down FaZe Clan in the first regional here in the spring event. Space Station did place further. They got all the way to the lower bracket semis, and of course we know that FaZe didn't do a good job at all on defense. They've not done a great job. It's a fumble, but they have got the result that they wanted. But clearing the ball into the center. Arsenal on target though, and I believe a bump on the right side does leave it open for SSG to capitalize.
Yeah, it was a nice bump from LJ on the goal line to just leave this wide open from Arsenal. All he had to do was get around Mist, and it's not very often that you see him going for a challenge and completely missing, as Space Station knot us all up. 3 minutes, 59 seconds, and here comes FaZe Clan. Great kickoff out of the gates. And this one, you know, Twitch chat might have been onto something. Might be a lot closer than we expect. But my oh my, FaZe Clan looking hot and heavy in this one. And first killer, he backflipped and Arsenal missed.
It was the perfect setup for Arsenal there too. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to secure it. Missed over towards first killer from the receiving of a pass from Sipical. For FaZe, they got away with one there. That was definitely a chance for SSG to secure another goal, go ahead in the game. But Sipical on the right-hand side is going to have no boost, sends that ball high, and so will get tackled.
There it is.
And Arsenal, that man is on a mission, and that mission is lined with the corpses of cars.
And it's also the mission of Space Station Gaming to get Arsenal involved. In that series against version 1, Arsenal didn't have one goal. All he had was one assist credited to his name. Looking for another one with that dump off pass to LJ. LJ sent to the moon and back as Mist launches downfield, and Hoxer doesn't get punished for that one. But again, starting to look a little worrisome for Space Station Gaming. They get a little too comfortable on the offensive half.
Uncomfortable is Arsenal, just being destroyed by Mist. He tries to get back into the play, but Arsenal then respawns, can then get that save. A pass out central, first killer, sees that top left vacant and fills it.
Great shot here from first killer. And I like that play from Arsenal. It's just a little too soft into the corner, and Hoxer unable to get the in and out save on that. And first killer, nearly halfway through game number 1, already has 2 goals credited to his name. This is going to be a dangerous one as Arsenal trades paint with first killer to bump him away from that ball.
It's going to be, of course, Space Station's second chance to get their way through into a grand final. Their first since the first regional of spring last season. This roster has not made a single grand final so far. It'd be the first as well for both Hoxer and LJ as well. So a lot of history potentially going to be made. Otherwise, first killer, Typical, and Mist, they are those they're those grand finals demons. They get there relatively frequently, and they win them a lot too. They've taken down a good handful of championships. Sorry?
Didn't know FaZe Clan has made a couple grand finals. I thought this was just a team on the up and coming.
They're actually quite good, Subi.
Oh,
they're actually they're kind of one of the best teams in the world, Subi.
Really?
You wouldn't know that by their points last regional. Let me tell you that for free.
Yeah, it's just incredible the turnaround we're seeing from FaZe Clan. It was so weird to see them perform so poorly in the open, but you know, this is where they belong. On the march to the grand finals yet again with Space Station Gaming standing in their way, but Space Station still need 1 goal here as first killer keeps it alive. Typical sends 2 away as first killer. Can he get the angle? It's there, but just a little too high, and 70 seconds remain here in game number 1. Hoxer looking to put a pass towards central, denied by first killer.
There's a good charge as well down pitch by all 3 players of Space Station Gaming. Unfortunately for them, no goal can come from it. Instead, it's Typical battling LJ for ball possession. Bounce out nicely to first killer, and it is a cherry on top in game number 1. 3 goals. First killer, the hat-trick hero.
Gets a hat trick. He also has a savior as well, as LJ put on an island on that play, and first killer just pokes it right over his head. He's shooting 75% in game number 1.
Good gun.
Just a demon on the offensive half and defensive half, to be fair. He is just everywhere right now for FaZe Clan. Not that Typical and Mist aren't doing anything. It's just that's how good first killer is.
Great pass down as well by Arsenal on that chance, but no one to receive it. First killer wanted to go for his 4. He won't be fourth killer, the one that he definitely wants to be. Not just those fourth placements that he always sees. Until he broke that streak, of course, at that fantastic winter major we saw in San Diego. KC taking it home, but typical on the right-hand side with little boost and a bump from Hoxer. Leaves the ball firmly towards Arsenal. The double commit is, though, is going to leave it towards first killer. And you had to send the sink, you had to send the house. Unfortunately, though, with a bump and a chance to miss, he's going to make it for FaZe Clan. Take game number 1 pretty decisively.
Love this play from first killer. Realizes, okay, I'm on the right side of the ball. I can't get it towards net, but I can take out the goalie or at least disrupt the flow of motion for him. And Mist puts that one in. And if this scoreline holds, at least on the side of FaZe Clan, first killer gonna have 100% goal participation in this one. And for Space Station Gaming, I mean, the name of the game when they played version 1 was Stop Beast Mode. They were able to do it for one game, and that was it. Name of the game in this one, Stop First Killer. Unable to even slow him down. He's just rolling downhill, and FaZe Clan take game number 1.
I mean, he's also not just getting that 75% shooting percentage, Subi, but he's also 4th in the event in total in this North American Spring 2nd Regional, but he's also 2nd in the players from today. He is a demon offensively, shooting 35%, 10% higher than the North American average. His performance in that half of the pitch is selfless, but he also makes sure that when he has got a couple of cannons ready to fire, he is lighting that gunpowder.
Well, that's what makes him such a dangerous player. Obviously, he got the hat trick in that one, but on that last goal for FaZe Clan, he's going and it's like, okay, he's coming for a 1v1. Oh no, he's going to be unselfish and go for a bump and try and set up his teammate. It's just, you love watching him play on offense. You love watching him play on defense. And let's just be honest, you love watching him play all over the pitch. Right now, FaZe Clan is the team to watch, and my eyes are glued to the screen.
And we said about first killer being that the player to not just be the offensive man, but also just his goal participation. So both of his shots and also his goals and also including his assists. He's currently at 77% in goal participation in this event, which is 5th, but the average for players is just under 60. He's going 17% higher than the average. Unbelievable showing from him. But Mist and Typical have also been performing incredibly well, bringing FaZe Clan up from their previous very disappointing finish and getting them to a chance of that grand final versus version 1.
FaZe Clan definitely playing to their strength, and Typical gets credited with the goal. I thought he saved it. It was a great passing play out of the corner, and FaZe Clan gonna score.
Oh, the fact that also that hits Typical, he does save it, but then it still has enough momentum to just slowly bounce towards the net and still sneaks in 35 seconds. Brilliant stuff from FaZe Clan. Utterly unintentional, but the pass and the shot from Mist, they were scripted and they were beauty.
Absolutely. It just goes to show you, put that much power on it, you garner the respect, and no respect given from FaZe Clan on defense here, and they're caught sleeping.
I love Hoxer here taking patience, because first killer thinks he's going to be booting that back high again. He then lands, immediately jumps to cover it, because also first killer is low, so wants to try and get up as early as he can with no boost assistance, and Hoxer reads it entirely. And what a player Hoxer has been. He was, as I said earlier, a thorn in Furia's side when Jorby kept screaming at him during the Furia SSG match when we watched that yesterday with him in the green room.
Great pass. You love to see it from Typical and first killer. FaZe Clan on the same page, 1v1, as Hoxer tried to bait out Mist. Not going to happen. Here comes first killer. Arsenal's standing in his way. First killer gets by 1 and denied by LJ. Almost had that pass dialed in.
There's a part of me, just a really sordid part of me, that thinks, oh, that would have been just absolute filth if that finds its way in. Unfortunately, it does get saved, but SSG will be counting their lucky stars. It does get saved in the end. A Hoxer with a stretching save to keep first killer away from yet another goal on his rampant rampage down the pitch. Typical being blocked out by yet another defender in LJ. First killer misses that touch, but LJ respects it completely. The right decision. Pass, then back towards LJ. Back to Typical, but shooting wide, unfortunately. FaZe Clan unable to get a goal on this press.
Yeah, but look at the amount of shots so far through 2 minutes of gameplay. 5 for FaZe Clan, only 1 for Space Station Gaming. But it was an important one to knot this series up as Mist deletes LJ. First killer dumps this one off as Arsenal just trying to keep that offense at bay, trying to slow down FaZe Clan. They can't even get out of their own half, but a big whiff from Typical is going to help. The pass to LJ, denied by First Killer, and Mist going to put it back to the corner.
Approach halftime in the game, and Arsenal into that back corner leaves the ball over towards Typical. That's LJ to challenge, and LJ does so brilliantly, keeps it away from Hoxer, and then says that he is the man that's going to be taking that play away. But first, get it back towards the central side. Again, look at this swarming offense from FaZe Clan. They're making sure that every push, they've got second men, third men ready to come in like that deadly conveyor belt that we know they can do.
Seems like Space Station Gaming has rattled the nest. The Hornets are coming out from FaZe Clan. The shot's starting to go towards net. Here comes First Killer, a little too high, and Hawks are gonna send it towards the corner and just bomb this one downfield. It's not their greatest clear, but it does give them ever precious time to try and get some boost, try and work downfield as FaZe Clan working together, and LJ gonna push this one up to Hoxer, and Hoxer pumped off by Typical. I love the aggressive play that we're seeing from FaZe Clan.
Arsenal managing to challenge and continue this offense alive for Space Station Gaming. LJ from that corner fakes it high, goes low, shoots, but missed to save it yet again into that side. That's going to be Mist's first save and FaZe Clan's first save of this entire game somehow, despite the fact that Space Station only put 2 shots on target in this game entirely, and they've scored 1 of them, maybe 2 of them. Hoxer doesn't get credited until Arsenal just above the crossbar. LJ past to Hoxer. Utter selflessness is not rewarded on that chance. Hoxer again to go high, and now this conveyor belt continues for SSG.
I mean, if the goal was to hit everywhere on all of the posts, they did it. But they need to find the back of the net. The offense starting to find a way for Space Station Gaming, but finally, FaZe Clan break free. Typical deletes Arsenal off the field. LJ gonna just boom this downfield. Huge. And First Killer forced to slow this one down awkwardly in their own corner. Can Mist get out? Gets bumped off the ball, but it's a break for FaZe Clan. Man advantage, but finally, Hoxer pushes it back into the orange half.
Oh, that looked like it was going to be a really good chance for I think it was for First Killer just to go for a bump instead, but he goes for the ball. I feel like a bump there would just open the net entirely, considering that double commit, or the 2 players committed rather, for Space Station Gaming. Instead, Arsenal now in the final 20 seconds with 1 demo going his way. Mist is removed. He's back on the pitch now, but not in a great position. It's Typical. Takes it low, takes it slow, confuses everybody, and slows the play down massively. Is he just begging for overtime?
Oh, as Mist pushes that one out, Arsenal started to push forward. Can Mist get the pass central? He does. This one still hanging mid-air, and it seems like both teams content to head into overtime. Game number 2. Great change of play from Space Station Gaming, but again, the kickoff so strong from FaZe Clan.
They're strong from FaZe Clan, but it went straight into possession, and then Arsenal removing both players, both First Killer and Mist, from the pitch, and although it was a very strong kickoff, it ends up actually going the way of Space Station Gaming quite heavily, and Typical now on that side wing has to take a quick detour, picks up that mid boost, puts it into his sat-nav, carries it over the top, but the plan was not to have 2 players in the way. Those were not obstructions that he planned for.
That one almost there. Tough angle, just a little too wide from First Killer as Arsenal just got that full boost. What is he going to do with the ball? Not much. Mist going to not be able to deny Hoxer as First Killer pushes it into the corner. And Space Station Gaming hold on for dear life here. They've shown flashes of brilliance in this series, and it seems like it's progressively getting better as the series moves along.
Not too sure what Typical did there. He went backwards, but now he's got the reset. Now it's on target. It forces Hoxer to save. But my word, did that start with a very, very awkward movement from Typical. That one's flicked over the top. That's First Killer to shoot, and both Hoxer and LJ stretching themselves thin to keep it out. 1:15 in this second game overtime. Elapsed so far, and LJ chasing that ball away till First Killer dives in, removes him from the pitch. Typical on target, but that play was all First Killer.
First Killer taking the ball, taking the player away, and Typical taking game number 2 for FaZe Clan. Just seems like they can do no wrong.
Really good push, though, from Space Station Gaming to get that into the overtime. But First Killer, I can't wait to see this goal again on the replay, because you just see his movement where he knows that LJ has to go high with it. So where does he go? Straight to the ceiling. He's just as at home on the ceiling as he is scuttling around on the floor like a little Rocket League talented beetle. So FaZe Clan taking that second game and brilliant movement from them to do so. And which games do we have? What goals do we have here in the Mobile 1 High Performance replay? It was that dirty typical steal, first of all. Then falls back down to the Hoxer outplay on First Killer. But here's the one that we want to be looking at. Straight down from the ceiling, from that challenge, Typical can get it just under the crossbar too. Great play from Typical to shoot it on target. However, all First Killer for me.
I just think there's too much optimism from Space Station Gaming on the defensive half right there, where they expect LJ to, or whoever it was that got demoed, I'm sorry, on that back wall to be able to clean that clear up.
LJ.
As they were both pushed forward. And you've got to have someone playing that third man and just respect the fact that not only is FaZe Clan obviously mechanical monsters, but the fact that 50-50s aren't always going to go in your favor. You've got to have that back line of defense ready to go and no one there. And Stumpy, I know you're going to hate to see this, but there was no timeout, and guess what? Space Station down 2 games.
Why, yada. You take it after 2, unless I'm wrong and silly and bad, because LJ is definitely trying to make me look that way. I'm a big proponent of taking it after 2, but instead it's a brilliant start. It's the best start that Space Station could ask for. You've still got that 60 seconds to talk, bear in mind. You can still converse and make sure that with your coach you're on the same game plan that you had coming into the series, and that may well have been done in those 60 seconds, and the first 10 have paid dividends.
Yeah, we need to see. Oh, here we go. Possibility for Arsenal. He slowed it down and got by 2, but none other than Mist as the third man to clean that one up.
I reckon you just hit it hard. I reckon you just hit that hard, surely.
I thought so too. I agree.
He took it slow. Maybe he saw more than we did, but I thought just leather it, son. Proper toe punt it. See what happens. But no, instead he takes it slow, mixing it up. And they will not be able to get that goal on that chance. Sorry, Sue, I could be interrupted you to talk about the rule a little bit.
No, I don't even know what I was talking about, so it wasn't even that important. But I agree 100%. I think you just absolutely hammer that ball, and you're going to get 2 defenders to go for it. And even if they do hit it, the net's then going to be wide open. So interesting play, but like you said, I mean, Arsenal obviously saw something that we didn't, and he did bait out 2 defenders, forcing the third to get it. So, I mean, and they didn't get punished. So, at worst, they didn't score.
True, very true. Otherwise, First Killer wants to make sure he has possession of that ball. Sending it towards the corner. I think that might have been open, though. Instead, he opts to go for the wraparound pass with First Killer now getting the donk to send it straight to that backboard. LJ stretching. Again, a lot of stretch defense, I feel, for LJ, where, yes, those stretched goals and those stretched saves look good. But, and yes, I know that wasn't going to be on target, but it's still that kind of idea. First Killer to Mist is a deadly duo, and FaZe are fully capitalizing.
It just deserves one of these. Just a little golf clap. That is a brilliant play, Stumpy. I know you and I both just love and adore the passing plays and FaZe Clan, putting them on display for us.
I love it. I sometimes find them more impressive than like a triple reset even. So I'm just like, you have to have 2 brains working in tandem. I can barely get my one brain working in solo.
Both halves of your brain are always constant battle with each other. So it's got to be tough. But I agree, those passing plays, they're so fun. They get you out of your seat. And don't get me wrong, like you said, the mechanical plays are always fun to watch. But when you see a whole team getting involved like this, a little flip reset, a little dump off to the goal, but the save from First Killer, he has been absolutely clutch on both sides of the pitch.
First, with a unbelievable looking pass on that play. Flicks underneath upside down, then uses his dodge to scoop it upwards. Hoxer clear that one away onto the right-hand side. Halfway through this game, and level pegging our SSG and FaZe Clan. Mist has options. Solo on the nose of First Killer, and somehow LJ saves?
That was 100 miles per hour or 197 kilometers. Sorry, I don't know how to do that for you, Stumpy, but it was fast. It was fast. And that's a great pass, but Arsenal, big swing and miss as LJ again trying to set someone up, but no one home from Space Station. And a great defensive demo from FaZe to break out and start their offense.
The backline, the backboard rather, defense from SSG is keeping them in this game, and we've seen a lot of whiffs in the midfield from both sides, however. So while the backboard is great, the midfield really does need quite a lot to work on. Under 2 minutes now left in this game. Arsenal trying to clear it away, but Typical then removes LJ, keeping the pressure abated for now. First killer up for 1, but Mist is going to be taking over. LJ stretches, saves it away into the midfield again, but a brilliant landing keeps him on the backboard, and Hoxer is blocked out on that long shot by First killer.
Hoxer demoed on that play, but actually works out well for them as he's sent to the back line and back post at that. Here comes Arsenal. Flip reset. No, Hoxer there for the cleanup. Gonna need a double, but Typical smartly undercuts that ball, and here comes Arsenal. Outclassed by First killer, but LJ back line of defense, and awkward play there from Hoxer, and finally cleans that one up as we near 60 seconds.
But First killer also messed that up, and then he found himself on the wave dash to then get the second touch and missed into the center with that pass. Typical's up for 1, but quite a few car lengths away from the opportunity. LJ with a shot long, instead it gets blocked out nicely by First killer, who is absolutely rampant and terrifying. He has got the bit between his teeth, and he is running at 1,000,000 miles an hour, trying to get this second goal for FaZe to put them onto series point.
Get out of town. Oh, First killer cleans it up. What a brilliant initial touch to set this up.
Bang! Straight crossbar. Arsenal with such an unfortunate touch, and First killer waits to finish his handiwork off, uses both hands to dunk it straight back into the middle of the net. 2-1, 36 seconds. SSG with a pass back that may well haunt them. 30 seconds for them to bring themselves back into this one. However, Arsenal with one of the top corner First killers there. Actually misses on that shot. Could have made it 3, and Arsenal with a full outplay. LJ now playing harassment.
Great play there. Need to get this goal. This could be their final push down the field. They've got to keep it in the offensive half. Not gonna happen. But LJ slows this one down, pushes it into the corner. They need this goal. They need to get it tied up. LJ goes up, keeps it alive. Still time left on the clock. Arsenal wraps it around, and LJ pinches it off the floor. First killer down the full length of the pitch, and FaZe Clan gonna go up 3-0 over Space Station Gaming.
What a tear that FaZe kind of finding themselves on now. This is their 5th series rather, in the lower bracket. Their 5th series in the lower bracket. They got sent here so early by Furia. And surprise, surprise, they now find themselves on the series point, and Space Station decide, let's take that time out. I don't hate it if Sad Jr. has a plan, but my word, man, you need to sit up straight and get your boys in order.
And with that loss for Space Station Gaming, that's their 4th today that they've lost 1-2. So close in all of these series. Arsenal, hands on the head, trying to just calm it down. Big sigh of relief. Listen to the wise words from Sad Jr. And what are you going to do to slow down FaZe Clan? We've seen a best-of-7 reverse sweep in recent memory from Team Liquid. But it's going to be a tough, tall order to do that against FaZe Clan.
They'll still be pushing for number 20. The 20th best of reverse sweep in the RLCS ever. Sure, we don't get them both in the same event, though, for Europe and North America, respectively. Space Station, what a turnaround it would be. They've played this one so close, devastatingly close. 4-1, 2-1, 2-1. As you said, Subi, the 4th 2-1 loss of today. Like, it's brutal. Space Station Gaming, they've got so much more that still they can show, I feel. They just don't want to, on the day, go 8-1.
Now, what I noticed as we're looking at the Mobile 1 high-performance replays, that was just disgusting from First killer as it broke the necks of the defense. But what I noticed in the final minute there of game number 3 was Arsenal looked a little panicked on defense, and I saw multiple double commits from him back to back to back, throwing the defense in disarray. And for them, they need to make sure the comms are on point in this game. They've got to call for every single touch. I don't care if it is just blatant that they are the only one near the ball. They need to call it out to their teammates. They cannot have mistakes, because that's where we're going to see FaZe Clan capitalize. Ooh, look at this camera as we bob and weave.
I love that.
I love that. Great job.
That was naughty. That was well naughty. Beautiful stuff. And FaZe Clan through this bracket so far have had a beautiful run through the lower bracket. They're currently 17-1 in their games. The one that they lost was earlier today to NRG. Otherwise, throughout this entire bracket, they're currently sitting at 22-4. They've had a dominant run through, and Arsenal, to start off on Utopia, is going to want to deliver them another loss.
Now they've scored nearly within the first 60 seconds in all 4 games. I mean, they're coming out and putting a stamp on the series or on the game early. They just need to be able to maintain. Much easier said than done. Is Arsenal gonna slow this one down? No boost to work with. Gets the demo and great dump off pass. Him and LJ on the same page.
In 20 seconds of this game, it's yet another team-up goal. Arsenal with an air dribble down for that demo. And then finally finished off by the man, LJ. 3 players on this pitch have got less than 4 points. There's a 2 on Hoxha, there's a 2 on Mist, and First Killer hasn't even touched the ball yet. And yet SSG have got themselves 2 goals. Unbelievable start after this timeout. And SSG, they're currently 50-50 on whether they win or not after these timeouts. The ultimate coin flip, but what a weighted coin they seem to have gifted themselves with.
Oh, big bump there from First Killer as LJ pushed a little too far forward. And First Killer, yet another goal.
I think that is First Killer's first touch of the ball in this game, and he scores. Maybe his second potentially, but in 45 seconds, he's hit it once or twice max, and he's got a goal from it. The clinician is in office, and Mist sees another one far. First Killer spots LJ. If he gets that bump, he gets the goal. Isn't going to be able to do so this time. With 15 boosts, First Killer has to move, get the man. Instead, Hoxha is the man who will evade First Killer at the moment. Hoxha isn't able to get that one, calls LJ onto it, who just about beats out Typical.
Oh, Arsenal tried to bait out First Killer. Not going to happen. The pass a little too hot to handle. And Space Station Gaming did well there to stop the offense from FaZe Clan, but it's not done just yet. FaZe Clan, great vision to recognize Space Station. Very aggressive in the offensive half. And those booming clears working well.
I like that fake from Arsenal, but I like that pass from Typical even more. LJ decides to break every FaZe Clan fan's dreams by saving it away. Instead, now it goes from Hoxha to Arsenal, back to top corner. Typical, and she tips it over his head, which is a very clever move. Instead, LJ reads it with his Giga Brain. That goes central. That goes to Hoxha, but Mist on the goal line saves it. It took 2 men to do so, and it's 2 minutes in with that lead still established for SSG.
Big bump at the midfield from LJ to clear. A little bit of space for Hoxha on that one, but Mist not gonna allow too much time for that ball. As Typical, great drop down pass. First Killer, does he have a double? He does, but a little too high. Pass over to Mist. Mist looked for a double as well.
Backboard's so covered though, Mist.
Great defense from Space Station Gaming. As they're just trying to hold on, maintain the lead. It's gonna be tough as First Killer goes up, can't get it under. Mist can't either, and Arsenal gonna hold on for Space Station.
Oh, time after time, but time ran out. FaZe can't get a goal on that chance till Mist pops back out, sends it towards Typical. Multiple opportunities. That has to be a goal, I feel, for FaZe. Otherwise, they've still got 2 minutes. They've still got a lot of time. They've got a lot of pressure. And they've got a pass coming central again. First Killer, I love that leave. Don't need to take that. Then it maintains this pressure. With one bump, the ball flies above First Killer's nose, and he can't get one in.
Arsenal, just a little cheeky bump there on First Killer. Mist is gonna slow this one down, and here comes First Killer. Watch him go as Arsenal rips that away. Love the cut and rotation. Such a smart play from Arsenal.
Yeah, just dive across, man. You don't need to do anything too fancy. Just hit the ball away from the player that is terrifying, and you'll do pretty well. And that has led then to this big offense. Hoxha, central, where First Killer lets it breathe, wait. And Typical does not want to wait for LJ to hit that ball and stick his rim from the pitch entirely. 75 one touch central, but missed with a missed jump.
Don't see that too often. Mist, such a clutch player, so consistent. You're gonna need that consistency here as Typical goes up. That's an awkward read. You think it might just bounce towards central as Hoxha let that one go behind him. And FaZe Clan starting to build the pressure, starting to find the momentum. Is this one all the way downfield, and Arsenal gonna extend the lead.
The boys shouting, come on, they get that goal with LJ outpacing First Killer 2, where you see it in the final minute a lot. They go for that big push, they can't get a goal, and typically a counter will be scored, a nice easy P-roller towards the net. 54 seconds though, and a potential second wind forming for SSG, wanting to be shut down by FaZe Clan.
Oh, nice little touch there from Hoxer. Mist gets there in time, and FaZe Clan still very much in this game. They need this one to go, and it does! What a play between First Killer and Sip!
The 1-2-3 from Sip to First and then back to Sip. Absolutely bamboozled his Arsenal. One goal now for FaZe Clan, who begin to peak in the Coliseum.
How do you defend that? Trick question, because you don't. Oh my gosh, the offense coming alive from FaZe Clan. Just down one here. 30 seconds to go. Sip keeping it alive, and great touch there from Arsenal to keep that one away from FaZe Clan.
Get the possession, keep it away, and then Hoxer comes in then for that second one, and then also removes Mist. Husker, though, the intelligent touch takes it down slowly. The final 10 seconds is going to tick down tantalizingly. And LJ from one into the corner. Mist is there to pass, but Arsenal is there to save it away. The 1-2 down the pitch as well. This progressive defense with a great touch back from Mist, with a great shot for a bump. The demo is found, the goal is not! Space Station Gaming earn 1 versus FaZe Clan.
And what a save from Arsenal to hang on to the lead and get the win. The demo comes out, the ball's appearing through the smoke, and he's able to maintain his composure. And Space Station Gaming said, we're not done yet. There's still hope for us to win this series and put ourselves in the grand finals. Well, my oh my, FaZe Clan, they're not dead until that clock hits 0.
You know what I'd be intrigued about right now? Is whether FaZe take a timeout. Stop the momentum. Just halt it in its tracks. Yes, it's not after 2, after a magic number, but you want to cool down SSG as much as you can. You're clearly not waiting till 3, because that would be genuinely absurd if it ever gets that far, FaZe Clan. You don't do it. So this to me implies they're banking to save it after the second one, but I think doing it, obviously they're not doing it here now, but doing it after the first loss, I think that's a great idea. Try and close them down, because you've got a higher win percentage, I believe, D-Rect will check me here, but you've got a higher win percentage if you take it after that first game loss.
Yeah, it's tricky, right? Do you want to try and ice them up after just one game, or do you want to potentially lose after your timeout and then you're kind of sitting there scratching your head saying, okay, maybe they truly did figure us out, what are we going to do? I think either way, it's safe, and I think Roldiz knows exactly what he is doing with his players. As typical, gets the double, no one expecting it on the pitch, and Mist just gonna poke this one for free through, as it is just chaos in the box, and what in the world happened here?
Then that double touch is awkward. The miss then onto LJ is awkward. First Killer dodges away. A genius move, because that just trickles otherwise, and then it's going to be an easier save for Space Station Gaming. Instead, Mist comes in, calls First Killer away, leathers it top right, and yet another early goal in this series.
FaZe said, when we're playing like SSGs, they know what we're doing, but, or SSLs, SSG, SSL, same thing. But let's just play like flats on that one. Crazy how they just kept the pressure, kept the pace, and don't look like they're slowing down at all as that one gets through, and great placement from Mist on the field to keep that one away from Space Station Gaming.
By the way, just apparently there's only been 3 recorded timeouts when a team is 3-1 up in this series. They've just lost that one just then, and all 3 teams have won the game and therefore the series after taking it. So the stats back me up. I would have liked it, but that is globally in the RLCS. It does not happen very often. And it's not happened in NA either yet, so that would have been a first for North America, but I like it. I like that cheeky timeout strat.
Hey, you know what, Stumpy, maybe after you're done gracing the mic, you'll be able to coach one of these days.
You know, if I'm done, I'm doing this till I die, big man.
I love that. We don't want you going anywhere. Specifically not me. I love getting to share the mic with you, but that's enough. I don't like too many compliments for you.
Don't stretch your ego too hard, I will.
Yeah, no. You're tall enough. This one goes downfield, and Arsenal going to leave it for Hoxer, and it looks like Arsenal did get that boost away from Typical. This one going to work down the field in tandem as Arsenal beats out the entire defense, but First Killer going to clean it up in the corner and gets bumped off that ball, but still able to maintain control.
Silly mechanics from First Killer to work his way back onto that play. After getting bumped from Arsenal, doesn't actually matter too much, and now we go down the other end entirely with Arsenal to receive that one ball, taking it away from Typical, who can then leave it to Mist to clear it long, LJ to send it back, a little bit ping-pongy as we establish here on Deadeye Canyon. And First Killer with a little bit of ambition to move down the pitch until Hoxer punches his dreams right in the nose and says, no ambition for you, pal. We've seen what you can do when you're ambitious.
And I love this from FaZe Clan, slowing things down. In this game, 2.5 minutes have gone by, and it doesn't feel like much has happened on either side of the pitch, but if you're FaZe Clan, that's exactly what you want. You got that goal, you don't need anything more. Spread the field out and force Space Station Gaming to beat you. Don't beat yourselves. As this one goes all the way back to the Space Station corner. LJ, First Killer, trade demos there, sipped by one. Can't get the bump on Arsenal, and Arsenal needs to push this towards Central. He does, and can Hoxer clean it up? Yes, he can. Let's see what the offense has from Space Station.
Under 2 minutes and the early goal still maintaining the lead for FaZe Clan. Typical though sends it long with LJ helping it along the way as well. Isn't going to be able to get anything from it on that chance, fortunately for him, with 1, 2, 3, but the third is missed, and now straight back to LJ. Hoxer sends it opposite back post, and Typical can clear it away back into that left side with 90 seconds remaining, and the lead still maintained for FaZe Clan. It's on Arsenal to get a pass in central, but missed. The defensive demigod is going to be able to clear it away.
And great stop there from Typical. Arsenal was waiting top of the box on the weak side. Recognized that one as he checked behind him. Great vision in the rear view mirror as that one sent towards Central. Mist just going to keep that one away from Arsenal, and Arsenal booming clear, lets that one get away from him too heavy-handed as Typical goes up. Just see the timer hit 60 seconds remain here, and Space Station Gaming need one goal.
LJ being bumped away from that back line too, and his first good to try and take a nice gentle shot. Instead, it goes back down towards Space Station Gaming. The final 45 seconds for their tournament lives. When we cast them before Subi, they had this chance to get through to their first ever grand final as a team. For Hoxer and LJ, maybe the pressure a bit too much in this lower bracket final.
As they work the ball right to left, trying to go back left to right. Not gonna happen as First Killer gets the triple tap to keep that one away from the defense. Hoxer and Arsenal both up. That's gonna slow down the offense. As 15 seconds remain here, Stumpy. They need to keep this ball alive. Arsenal there on the side, gonna elect to leave that one away. 10 seconds to go. Arsenal die by First Killer. Here comes Hoxer. Awkward bounce off the side wall. And FaZe Clan puts the shot on target, puts the goal in the net, and keeps this one away from Space Station Gaming.
FaZe Clan make yet another grand final. It's going to be the first time the two grand finalists from a regional were knocked out in day one from the previous regional, which is just unreal. That the fact that they've been able to do this. There's inverse from the Genji complexity stat, where we said before that the grand finalists from that previous regional have never been knocked out on day one. Instead, two teams that were knocked out on day one this time, version 1 and FaZe Clan, have now made the grand final. So we've had a full topsy-turvy mode, we've seen them switch up places entirely, and they have managed to make another one. And also, importantly, that is FaZe Clan, who are going to have that chance to earn more and more vital, beautiful, delicious, succulent spring points.
Tasty, and it is going to be delightful and delicious in the grand finals for sure. But FaZe Clan putting on a performance in this one as we get a look at the Mobile 1 high performance replays, just capitalizing on the mistakes from Space Station Gaming. But it seems like it's pretty easy for FaZe Clan when you've got First Killer involved. 9 out of the 12 goals, he is just offensively just gifted.
FaZe also making that final That means that Mist now ties Atomic for the most regional grand final appearances in North America at 12, but can he get another win under his belt? Grand final after the break.
Somebody, how long he will be on my mind. He will be on my mind. to tear you apart. They play it safe but staying in line, but you run out into the sunshine all alone to the beat of your own song.
FaZe has dropped 4 games this tournament. They've yet to see Champions Field, and they are now in another Grand Finals here in North America. The North American Spring Cup, presented by Mobile One, has 1 match, maybe 2 left to play. Both of them will be for the title of champion. I'm Wavepunk, joined by Gibbs. Jorby, with the crazy action, and this really feels like, not to jump into this too early, it feels like it's First Killer's tournament to lose.
It's just unheard of. Like, the magic he creates on offense, it's not always goals. It's passes, it's demos off the back wall. There's so many plays that, like, he makes so many quality touches on the offensive side of the field that you expect it not to work. And it's not always on the ball. Again, like, it's demos on the opponent's back wall. He's in the right place at the right time so often, Jorby. He's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, First Killer, you know, his touches are as pristine as the marble floors that are behind him. He's absolutely disgusting. Space Station did their best to fight back in this series, and really, I thought that they had some good looks, but that play. What are you supposed to do against that? You can't do anything against it. Space Station tried. Look at that fake. And they failed. Every other team in this tournament has tried, and only one team has been successful so far. But they're out of the tournament, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, no one else has been able to do anything since day 1. Virgin 1 here up in the top. They've got 2 matches to lose. Can they survive FaZe through they just gotta survive through one of the 2. They can have a chance to lose one here. We'll see if they can do it, folks. But before we get there, it's time for the Ally Assist of the Week. We've given it to him, I don't know how many times at this point. It's First Killer again. We just saw the play. Gibbs, walk us through it.
It's always First Killer, and the backup play was also First Killer, but then he outdid himself right here. We got Sip, the give and go. First Killer back to Sipical, and these are the shots you love as a shooter, because Sipical didn't have to do anything. He was mid-flip, and First Killer led him perfectly on his bumper, and Sip's like, I'll take a free goal. That's fine with me, and that's why it is the Ally Assist of the Week.
It was amazing stuff there, folks. Just like you rely on your allies in Rocket League, Ally is proud to be a relentless supporter for your financial well-being, because we're all better off with an ally, digitally, financially, and personally. Ally, do it right. That's your Ally Assist of the Week. And folks, we now have a grand finals coming up here momentarily. Just to remind you, if you're just now joining us, how we got here. Look at the run through the bracket. FaZe starts back in round 1 up against 0-1. They drop in the second one to Furia, and now they've gone all the way through the lowers here. Gibbs, there's some crazy stats when it comes to bracket resets in North America.
So there's been a lot of history happening throughout this tournament. We had the grand finalists in Regional 1. They bowed out in 9th on day 1. That was a history first. Now we have 2 teams that went out on day 1 in Regional 1 make it to a grand final. So that's history first. And also, one last little tidbit. There's never been a bracket reset 1 in North America. So will history make something new again? FaZe sure hope so. But this is huge because right now, both FaZe Clan and Version 1 are in a 3-way tie for 4th place in points. Whoever wins this moves into a tie for 1st. This is absolutely huge for your spring points where everyone is so incredibly close. You want to get as many points as possible now because you never know what happens in that final tournament.
You never know, folks, and we don't know what's going to happen in these finals, so it's time to get them underway. The players are loading in. Version 1 taking on FaZe, a team that has been put together specifically to dominate teams like FaZe, but now they've got to do it when FaZe is red hot, peaking. We have not seen FaZe in this form in a while. Version 1 has all the advantages here, Jorby, but I still feel like this is FaZe's match to lose.
You want to know why you feel that way, Wave Punk? Let me give you a crazy stat. First Killer has been to 9 regional finals. Guess what his record is? I won't let you guess. It's 7-2. You have to go the whole way back to RLCSX, where they lost to NRG, and then the fall against Gen G. Those are the only 2 times First Killer has lost when he makes it to the regional final. This is his bracket. This is where he belongs. Like, he owns this place. So that's why it feels like this is still FaZe's game. Because as long as First Killer is on the pitch, he's always got a chance. His team always has a chance.
But on the other side, you have version 1, who has not been challenged at all throughout this entire bracket. They are just on easy street. Calm is loving this because I see him on the offensive side of the field. He's just trying to bump everyone. He has so much faith in both BeastMode and Daniel to play defense that he is just hunted. And he does not care whatsoever. And it's working so incredibly well for version 1. They've only dropped, 2 games in this entire tournament so far. So version 1, I really feel like you're going up against the next best team in this tournament. Absolutely, with FaZe. But you have to win it here. I feel like if FaZe takes this first series, this has bracket reset written all over it.
Fireburner's glasses were snitching on him. He was 100% just scrolling Twitter there. He's just online looking at what people are saying about the finals.
He's getting the Wazowski tweet ready. Wait, I don't know why he would need the Wazowski tweet.
They're just in good vibes right now. I mean, version 1's got to be feeling really strong. You pointed out, I've been hyping up like, oh, FaZe has only lost 4 games. Version 1's only lost 2. Calm has clearly got Stax' forehead lighting up the entire room now. This camera's so overexposed. I'm so ready to see this final go down. Chat, let us know who you think is going to win. Hashtag V1, hashtag FaZe. It's time for us to make our picks up here on the desk. And folks, man, both teams with a winning record, but only one can walk out on top. V1, they've only got to win 1 time. FaZe has got to beat V1 twice to take home the title of Spring Cup presented by Mobile One champion. Gibbs, who you got?
Oh, why do you guys start with me? I feel like I said it at the beginning of today and on day 2 that version 1 was going to take this tournament. I'm not going to back down yet. So I do think they have to win it here, though. I'm going version 1.
Nah, so FaZe regain. It's happened. Just put FaZe on the board for me, Wave. You can
give me FaZe on this one too. This is just so clearly FaZe's tournament to lose. You're saying if V1 lose the first series, though,
it's
FaZe
over.
is taking the second
one? Yes. Oh, absolutely.
Really?
FaZe will definitely take the second
After
one.
FaZe has played 3 straight matches, and they have to play a 4th best of 7?
Absolutely. Version 1 has to win it here.
Okay. They got to do it in the first one. You heard it from Gibbs here, folks. The long distance is going to favor FaZe in this one, apparently, folks. Wow. But version 1 going to be the favorites in chat. FaZe the favorite on the desk. To each team their own favorites in their own hearts. This one, for all the marbles, $30,000 in the top of North America in the standings. FaZe versus version 1 of Spring Cup Championship.
It's an all-American showdown for the Spring Cup Grand Finals. Version 1's got 2 lives. FaZe Clan, only with 1. Can they do what nobody else has done in North America? Win 2 in a row to reset the bracket.
It's about the Beast versus First Killer. Things are going to be exciting here during this kickoff. Which one is going to end up on top? FaZe Clan has been on fire in the lower bracket. Version 1 with Daniel, BeastMode, and Calm seem to be the full package, but only one team can take the Spring Cup.
We're going to see something we've never seen before, either that full bracket reset, or we're going to see Daniel win one of these things. Here's Typical pushing one in front as First Killer and BeastMode got locked up in the corner. And it's Calm now, bringing this down towards the ground. Did not go with Daniel, instead gave it away to First Killer, who's looking for the opening goal, and Daniel says no. Uh-oh, that's gotten away, though. Typical shot off the crossbar, and BeastMode sends it away.
Strong clearances downfield. We'll see exactly what version 1 could do. I mean, no team has been as tall of a task to take down as FaZe Clan in the lower bracket. They're going to definitely try to see what they can pick apart on this V1 defense as game 1 starts off.
Daniel now right through First Killer, who had to play it a little further back just to keep it away from Dan. Now BeastMode up against Typical. That goes the way of version 1. Calm now through the corner against Mist. Easier said than done. He was very awkward there, but did enough with the play to slow down Daniel and V1. And now First Killer getting nudged from behind by Dan, and finally Mist will clear this out, and he'll at least have options to go with here. Mist can't get it in front though, and Daniel again clears. Both teams back and forth as this chess match continues. Daniel will eventually force it through as he had First Killer on strings.
You got to give credit to Calm here. Calm forces First Killer up. First Killer wants to get a piece of it, but can't just get contact there. Daniel takes his time, plays it slow. FaZe defense not ready for the switch up.
First Killer quickly to the back wall. Daniel just getting a piece and denying him an easy equalizing opportunity. Here goes BeastMode now with Calm streaking forward. Wonder how much he'll be involved in the attack. Well, he takes a shot there. Initially, he's going headhunting, but there was nobody to demo in front of the net. Now back the other way. Sypical to Mist, and Daniel with the save.
And he's kind of clearing out here, but you like to see what FaZe can do with offense. That being said, V1 so deadly on the counter, and Daniel there to show you why. He picks up his second goal.
A play that looks like it's developing slowly, but then Daniel comes in 71 miles an hour. A challenge fastball that First Killer couldn't catch up to. And now both times Daniel has scored right past First Killer.
Daniel staying at 2 for 2 so far to kick things off. 1 assist by BeastMode. Question is, on the side of FaZe Clan, who's going to be able to step up? Oh, that's a big dunk! Yes! And you shall receive. It's First Killer to bring it within 1.
Almost like they've angered First Killer going right after him here at the start. Calm tried to get that away, and First Killer positioned himself perfectly. First from Sip, FaZe Clan on the board, as the team from the lower bracket trying to begin this long, arduous journey. BeastMode quickly reacting here. Now Calm couldn't get a second touch. First Killer gives it away to BeastMode. Then got a piece of him, so he can't play that cleanly. And all Daniel can do is watch as Typical plays it right to him. Calm with the demo. Nobody else over there, though, and that will just about kill the attack.
Oh, but this interference is so big from Calm. First Killer has to try to play this back. You saw BeastMode going for the pre-jump. And again, FaZe seeming to be kind of in trouble. Now they have to work. You saw again demos just to buy them some space to get some movement, but only lasts for so long. Daniel with a free ball once again because Calm keeps up opening space for them to work.
Let's miss now as Calm make sure to grab that corner boost. They're not going to get starved out here, and he can use that boost to spring BeastMode downfield. Got that around First Killer. Is he going to get scored on again? No, not this time. This time it's Calm who's denied on the top left, and Sypical quickly back the other way. Can't get through BeastMode.
Need a demo counter for Calm at this point. He's got to have at least 4 so far. Minute 30 to go. Been a big proponent of why FaZe Clan haven't been able to get it going downfield. Even with Typical leading the charge there, not a lot of time for follow-ups. It's been uncomfortable for FaZe Clan in game 1.
As a team, they've averaged over 6 a game. Yes, they've almost averaged an extermination per game. Calm got another one. Now it's BeastMode coming on off the feed from Daniel, but saved away by Mist. That one just developing a little too slowly. First Killer, right at Calm. Easy save. Watch the rebound. Mist sent it high. Daniel played it even further out. That actually kind of works out to FaZe's credit as that ricochets off of Sypical and BeastMode. It's First Killer now to take a wide turn, and again, Daniel caught him out. 40 some odd seconds left. Daniel waiting patiently. Version 1 trying to put the finishing touches here on game 1 with all this doubt around them coming into this coming into this event. After a disappointing spring open, they have made a resounding statement here this weekend, and they're working on a grand final performance for the ages. Here's Daniel now with BeastMode waiting under him. 20 seconds remain. Sypical got to get the offense flowing, taking his time, and he'll score!
Sip strikes FaZe back into the game. You got to look at this here. That light touch, Calm knew where it was going. You saw the turn, and he lost his momentum, though. And Sypical power behind that shot. Exactly what FaZe needed to get back in the game.
22nd goal on the weekend. He's closing in on a season best as Mist will just get back in time to stop that one from squeaking through on kickoff. Well, we're right back where we started. 5 seconds left. Daniel denied by Mist. And overtime looming here in game 1 of a possible 14 between FaZe Clan and version 1. This catches the backboard, and BeastMode rolls it across, and we go to OT.
Overtime in game 1. Both teams starting to step up here. You got to give it to FaZe Clan's resilience. Version 1, I mean, they've looked so good here in the opening. BeastMode, does he have the flip? Tried to go under. Good read on first killer for the block.
Both goals from Daniel for version 1. First killer and Sipical have struck for FaZe Clan as BeastMode is demolished from behind by Sip. And he can start this from the center line, but he's giving it away to BeastMode. Missed with a full tank of boost. And he will collect this rather than powering it away. FaZe Clan opting for the team play now downfield. BeastMode cut that out. Sipical got to be quick to this, and Calm just in the way, but first killer had it fall right in his lap. Race to the corner boost won by first killer. Now BeastMode will play that away, and FaZe Clan, even though they started to starve out version 1, could not capitalize.
Ooh, good touch there, sent across there from BeastMode. Version 1 been moving the ball very well in between each other. And honestly, that aggressiveness, but also the faith that they have into each other's teammates has been a big key factor in why they've been so successful. Calm leading the charge here. No small feat as he tries to set up a lane, but it's blocked out by Sipical.
Killer got a piece of Calm on the way through, inconsequential. Now Sipical, as that go off of Calm and him. First killer's all over this, got it away from BeastMode. Daniel in support. Indirect for himself perhaps, but he could not stay with it. Now Sipical with Calm coming right up to meet him. But a shot let loose here that BeastMode has to contend with. That's dish off to the side and around the boards. And now BeastMode deflected by Sipical. Chance now for FaZe Clan if Daniel isn't sure-handed, but he is. Now first killer. He'll try and set one up, and Calm is up there. And you have to figure this game's going to be won or lost in the air, and both teams not conceding an inch.
And they've been really playing this safely too. You got to think no one too far forward, no one overextending. People solidly challenged here in the midfield. Who's going to create space? There's Calm with an extermination. There's BeastMode with the ball. Daniel with the follow-up. No, couldn't get there in time. FaZe Clan able to stop that. That was one of version 1's deadliest strikes. And FaZe still able to hold the line.
We wondered how long Calm could keep this up and how viable it would be in an era where people are starting to kind of adjust to this. Answer, they're still in the final and they're still in a strong position here. Calm, gonna let this go down to BeastMode. The whole defense had to wait to see what he was gonna do. That's given V1 time to get set up. This kicks back out to where Calm was, but he went for the midfield boost at just the wrong moment. And so almost breaking out was FaZe. Now BeastMode trying to get this netward. Rebound, not there. First killer collects it well.
Daniel trying to get past that FaZe defense, but FaZe defense is super strong. Problem is they have not been able to move upfield. V1 have had them in a lock here in the orange half. And it's all FaZe need to do is get that one breakout. You really got to see what they're doing with their boost. They've been holding it, waiting for the right time. Now they're looking to move upfield.
13 saves as a team for FaZe Clan on the 14 shots officially from version 1. Look at the scoreboard, the math almost checks out. First killer right at Daniel as Sipical will boom it to the corner. And all he can do is steal the boost. Actually, they played the ball right back to him. And BeastMode just getting around Sipical to clear this out. Calm with a full tank of boost. Got this through first killer, who had to jump to avoid yet another demo. Boy, Calm has been an absolute pest on and off the ball. And FaZe Clan have had their hands full dealing with just him. Forget both BeastMode and Daniel, who might be, well, no question at this point, the deadliest duo in North America.
And you want to see FaZe really challenge them. I mean, you go back to the major loss against K-Corp, even Worldis himself admitted it was the lack of offensive pressure and kind of playing a more defensive style that didn't really work out. And they've been holding on for dear life as V1 have been looking for holes left, right, and center. FaZe need to get on the offensive here soon.
Now, Sipical doing well to get both boost and ball for a moment, but BeastMode with the demolition, yet more physicality out of version 1. And this will bounce its way through. Daniel finishes with a hat trick as he does it all, I believe, himself.
Oh, man. No, he had some help there. Calm on that back wall. Took out first killer. He's screaming in that camera for a reason, Stacks. After a grueling overtime to start the series off, V1 able to set the tone. We had a brilliant display of defense, offense, and just mechanics into the air. But when it came down to it, all those demos, all those bumps you saw from Calm, able to make the difference at the end of the day, as well as, of course, Daniel. You can't talk about V1 winning without talking about him. 3 for 5 with 3 clutch saves, too.
Goals 10, 11, and 12 from Daniel. As we look back at the Mobile One High Performance replay, what a start to our grand final. We could be here for a while, especially if this game is any indication. The emotion from Calm as he helped set up Daniel's overtime winner. He completes a hat trick in game 1. Daniel's first shot at claiming one of these finals for himself. That's been the big storyline. He's gone through his former team, now trying to go through this FaZe Clan squad that has been, I would say, unquestionably the kings of North America since the midway point of the winter split. Can they dethrone FaZe? They've got a head start here with the series advantage, but you still have to get the job done. Game 1, a very good first step.
It is a best of 7, and FaZe Clan don't have that many more games to give. 1 tick up into the top corner. And V1, 3 games away from ending this. Oh, but that's not how you want to start it off. What in the world was that? Typical takes credit on the goal, and he caught the defense lacking.
Whoops. I mean, BeastMode did about all he could there. Nobody else to bail him out. 20 seconds in. FaZe Clan get the upper hand. Oh, chance to get it right back, though. BeastMode right at typical. No rebound is missed. We'll have that high from the side. Calm sure-handed with this. And it's Daniel at the back. That's maybe been the biggest criticism, actually, of Daniel is the defensive miscues at the back line, maybe trying to do too much, not being able to trust in the teammates as much. This time it's BeastMode that couldn't stop one. And Daniel, to his credit, has been exceptional defensively throughout this weekend.
Everyone from V1 and has been playing,
of course,
kind of like the role here. Big demo, but still got a piece of that ball, so it's gonna look a little awkward. But how do V1 handle playing from behind? FaZe Clan already have the confidence here of the 1-goal lead. Can they maintain it moving forward here? A lot of Rocket League to go.
First killer trying to interfere with Daniel, who got knocked off the back wall. Daniel will have this one cleared away. Again, plenty of saves to go around on this V1 side. That's how a team like this can go from disappointing performance they had as Calm going to take his time and missed. We'll just get a piece of that to allowing less than a goal and a half per game coming into today, which is just a staggering number when you think about where version 1 has been throughout the season.
I mean, we're going back to what just happened there. You got to love that from Calm. Ball out in front, sees first killer, no fear. Even down by 1 says, I'm still going to fake you out. Just kind of showing they're not scared of them at all. There's still plenty of work to do. Doesn't end up in a goal. And all that work just to come up empty. Could come back to bite him. We'll see what happens.
Goes BeastMode. Oh, Calm with the follow-up and the equalizer. His first goal of the series.
Again, that no fear showing from Calm. This time paying dividends. Initial 50, Calm just lets it rip. Says save that right under the crossbar. And we're all tied up.
Expect anything different between these two squads, the way everybody's been playing? We can talk all we want about how Space Station in version 1 had played exceptional defense. FaZe Clan has been right there as well. Both these teams in the top 3 coming into today in goals allowed. As Daniel lobbing one forward. First killer's going to have all day to play this, and all he could do with it was give it away to BeastMode. Nobody else was able to jump on this. BeastMode got bumped up to the ceiling, still in the play, and Typical there to meet him all the way.
That's a little dangerous, though. Calm and BeastMode both went for that. You can see Daniel's going to be low, BeastMode low on the way back. They're able to weather the storm for the time being, but they were susceptible to a strong counterattack. Couple demos on the play. Say bye, first killer, bye, Calm. We'll see you in a moment. Both teams struggling in terms of controlling the tone here on Forbidden Temple. 2 minutes to go. Game equalized. Sip, though, looking for the shot, and he found the back of the net. FaZe with the lead.
I watched Calm on this play, and he had no expectation that First Killer was on that. He's still backing up. Oh, what a pass over to Sipical. He's already got the assist of the week, and he's trying to add more to it.
He did not expect that. But of course, expect the unexpected, especially when you're playing at a high level like this. Demo on the play, Sipical will open up some space for Mist to move downfield. FaZe have everything lined up for them, but let's see what happens when you corner V1 in the Beast.
Calm interfering with First Killer, then left him alone, went after Mist, left BeastMode to try and create on his own. Now it's Daniel. He's been the star of this show. This bounces through. It's, difficult, and still off the crossbar. First Killer just getting there in time to stop Calm from having a free look. But version 1 not relenting. BeastMode got this net word, and First Killer upside down makes the save, sends BeastMode in retreat mode.
He's trying to bring it back up. Only retreat mode for a little bit. Oh, but someone needs to retreat because that is dangerous. Miss, no. Denied there by Calm. Great read on the back end. If V1 go down 2 goals, it is monumental for them to be able to come back the way FaZe Clan have been playing. They're doing everything they can to equalize, but people have been trading bumps, demos, boost grabs, everything here in game 2.
There goes BeastMode again. Flip, reset, got it by 1, but Calm couldn't get around for the shot. Daniel creeping up, trying to throw a little more offense downfield. Calm's actually in behind the defense, and he's not gonna matter. First Killer can't catch up, and BeastMode ties it.
They thought they called V1 out. V1 said, hold on, let's turn that all the way back around. Calm running interference on First Killer, making sure that one rolls in, and he had a little laugh there as well as they are able to tie it up. This is the second time this series where we've had a team tie up the game in the last 30 seconds.
We have a similar result with overtime waiting on the horizon here at Forbidden Temple. First Killer nudged by Calm. Final 10 seconds of regulation. Sipical trying to give FaZe Clan the last laugh in game 2. BeastMode pounds it away. First Killer for Mist. Popped away by Calm. Daniel can't catch up to it, and we go to overtime.
Things kind of reset here off the kickoff. How will things play? It's a little awkward there for First Killer, but with Mist taking out Daniel, he's got a lot of space to move upfield.
First Killer weaving through as well, and BeastMode stops him in his tracks. And then quickly through Mist. So Mist got to grab that corner boost. He does. Now BeastMode with Calm waiting underneath, running interference off the crossbar, down and popped away. Oh, Daniel couldn't quite get the read and slammed that home at the end. Now Calm with the flip reset, denied by Mist.
Mist again, a big stop there. What on earth is this defense we're seeing out of FaZe Clan? Can they hold on once again? They are being bullied though. And not a lot of room to work with, but they are able to finally create space. Wow! The stops that we saw from them on that drive, I'm really surprised we aren't loading up DFH right now.
Seen a couple of those saves popularized by Squishy, the inside-out saves, as now that goes off to the side. And now Calm with BeastMode waiting in behind him. Usually the roles are reversed, but this time it's Calm setting the table. Now BeastMode, one more touch. How about another? Could he get the flip reset? Didn't matter. As Typical has to play this without the full tank of boost on the side. He got the demolition. He's still available downfield, but now Daniel will power this away. Everybody can reset.
Yeah, but FaZe need to be careful not to get caught in the same trap that made them lose game 1. Being stuck on defense for just too long. Yeah, sure, they have outstanding defense, but if they end up just giving more ground because they've just been kind of caught in tunnel vision, that's exactly what V1 are looking for. We'll see Calm try to get work, looking for more bumps there in the offensive front, and maybe, again, setting up another lane that could put V1 up 2-0 in the series.
Tell the intensity and the sense of urgency from both these squads absolutely there. Sure, on paper it's only 4 points, but for teams in the position these two are in. It's monumental, and First Killer picks them at midfield. First Killer gets his second of the series, and he ties the series at 1 game apiece.
Good dish there from Typical to shut up First Killer, and First Killer, perfect power behind that. Great shooting out of the side of FaZe Clan. They equalize the series, and things are going to start getting very interesting from this point on. Both teams making adjustments here, Stacks, but this game, this series, still close as ever. But again, you go to here, this time it wasn't calm here with most of the demos, it was beast mode. And on the side of FaZe Clan, they were getting even more proactive there in the physical game. 8 demos from them, just kind of showing you, again, no fear in terms of getting dirty, making sure to slow down offensive drives, mess up defenses. Worked out big here for FaZe Clan.
So FaZe Clan tie up the series, a pair of 3-2 results. We know Direct is going to be very, very busy feeding us a whole bunch of info behind the scenes, our great statistician. We've actually got a stat for him. He's actually the second Derek to fill that role as RLCS statistician. Derek Rawlings, DM Rawlings, the original RLCS statistician, celebrating a birthday today. So we want to make sure we wish DM Rawlings a very happy birthday. Doesn't look a day over 70, I promise. As we get ready for game number 3 here between version 1 and FaZe, a matchup that we figured would be very close all the way through, and so far, small sample size, it has delivered.
Teams have been bending over the course of this series. So far, no one is necessarily broken down yet. Everyone's been willing to go toe-to-toe, car-to-car, whichever one works for you, to try to get an advantage here. BeastMode with the low shot, but it's off target. Daniel trying to get that involved. The First Killer's there, buys enough time for Mist to get the clearance, and we are still equalized here at the opener.
Right, great improv by both teams. Very awkward situation, and still neck and neck at no goals. Daniel couldn't get onto that one quickly enough. This goes right back downfield, and BeastMode can only play it away and try to follow it himself. Gave First Killer something to think about, trying to do it all himself, because he had no support coming up. And Mist thought about it. He'll turn around. So too will Typical. He'll have to turn again and challenge this with First Killer again taking charge from the center line. First Killer coming into this match. Over 75% goal participation is Typical trying to create. This will fall down towards First Killer, who collides with Mist, and he'll have to bring this back in. He almost guessed wrong with Beast Mode tracking him the whole way. You know, FaZe doesn't do as well when First Killer has his goal participation that high. It kind of sends a message that he's trying to do too much as Typical ranges back, saves this one, and Mist will pop it away. But he's also gotten a lot of support, especially from Typical on the offensive end, up over 20 goals now with his trio in this final. It's been a different look for FaZe, I think, this split so far from what we've seen the first 2.
Yeah, definitely more offensive-oriented and aggressive, giving First Killer that free reign while also still not necessarily losing the identity that really helped him in the winter of just being team play focused. Again, just trying to recognize that everybody's a threat here on the FaZe Clan side. Meanwhile, a team that has tried to invent themselves or reinvent themselves is on the side of V1. Again, knowing, you saw Beast Mode, you talked to him in the interview earlier, he said the fact that they can change their play style up so much, that they're so fluid, is very important here because they're gonna need to make a lot of adaptations. Daniel though, can he get it? He can, but it's off a defensive mistake. V1 will take it anyway, they're up 1-0.
Daniel does it again. Boy, you think he's not determined? I mean, sure, gets a little help there, but just creating more awkward situations for FaZe Clan to contend with. Dan's only one of 3 players in North America to have made a grand final, but never win one. The other 2, well, one we saw earlier this weekend in Memory, and then you saw him earlier today, Daz. I'm sure now you're not getting a Christmas card from him. Daniel almost got another on the highlight reel. The other, of course, being Rapid. Memory and Rapid made a final. They have not won one of these. This bounces away. Daniel's there. Comms forward as well, but nothing doing for version 1 this time. His First Killer got around him.
I think I'll be okay. I'll send him one though. He'll say sorry. Beast Mode not sorry though for that carry. Almost able to break past the FaZe defense. But now FaZe starting to look upfield. Little worrisome though, because when you see Daniel and BeastMode in the air, it's just been free reign for them, and a lot of goal line saves have been made this game on the side of FaZe. They try to look to get one, and First Killer strikes it through. Tied up ball game.
First tally of the series for Mist as he gets the assist on this one. First Killer, nose comms coming in. He's got him beat all the way. All tied up again, this time inside 2 minutes. Still a lot of game to go. A lot of series to go here. Remember, FaZe Clan's got to win 2 best-of-7s to win the Spring Cup. Version 1 only needs the single victory. BeastMode blocked away by Sypical. That'll fall towards Daniel, and Sypical does well to keep that away from him. Chance to feed First Killer. Feed the hot hand, why not? Of course, his hand is always hot. The leading scorer in North America. That's popped away, and Mist can only delay. Could be dangerous, and First Killer's there ahead of Daniel again.
They're starting to get a little bit more aggressive and really challenging the midfield here, taking it away from V1. V1, though, looking for a lane as Daniel gets that testing shot to Sypical. Again, seeing how much of FaZe Clan can they pull out, looking for the best shot possible.
Daniel, again, trying to weave through traffic in the air, this time denied. And First Killer can collect this. He's going to need some time, though, as Mist is going to respawn. Sypical waiting in support. He's demolished as well by Calm. What else is new? He's looking for more. Mist had to dance around him. He couldn't get recovered in time, and BeastMode will score thanks to Calm downfield.
Of course it's thanks to Calm downfield. Again, you can't give this team space, because that's exactly what they'll do. They'll let Calm loose, he'll make you awkward, and you'll give up goals. V1 in front, less than a minute to go.
And threatening more here. Sypical and Mist did not get on the same page, and Daniel sailed that one way high and could not get back on top of it. So FaZe Clan still has some life here inside 40 seconds. Double commit between BeastMode and Calm. Could be awkward, but Sypical's got to range back a little further than he'd like, and that gives V1 time to get right back on the attack, and Daniel just slips it past Mist, and everybody goes back to play defense as FaZe Clan's going to send the house here in the final 20.
They have no other choice. Clock ticking, not a lot of opportunities upfield. Look at that, Calm taking that out of play. BeastMode clearing it downfield, forcing Sip to get a good touch. Oh, someone missed that corner boost. That might come back to haunt him a little bit later. Dale on top of the ball. Missed with the clearance. First Killer's got to win this challenge. BeastMode says not a chance. Sypical gets a piece of the ball, but for what? V1 slap it down. They're up in the series.
FaZe is going to be a little disappointed the way that game ended, because they did not get a good look at even the center line. Forget the version 1 net. That last 20 seconds was an unmitigated disaster, and version 1 just took what was given to them. And what was given to them was 13 scoring opportunities. They convert 2, and that's all it takes as V1 up 2-1 now in the series.
And Daniel, 2 games away from his first grand final win. And you can see, I mean, even in that last game, 1 for 7. The Rocket League we are looking at here in this final has been spectacular. We're talking Daniel and BeastMode on the ball, trying to get flip resets into the top right corner every time they're in the air. Mist making those goal line saves and stops. First Killer and Sypical on the other end trying to do the exact same thing. This has been a battle of brilliance, but only one team can move on. FaZe still trying to see if they can get that bracket reset, but they have not been able to beat the Beast and the boys in V1.
BeastMode is up to 25 goals. In the North American Spring Cup, he's got more than his teammates combined. How important is BeastMode? That's how. This goes out to the corner. Calm, trying to get to it quickly. They've got 2 offsides. They've got to score, right? No, missed with the save, and First Killer will play it further. How V1 did not come away with a goal there is bewildering.
Yeah, he's had everything lined up, but like you said, too many people in the wrong spot. So now they have to try again, and FaZe Clan have a chance to be able to turn this around. These early goals have really been able to kind of set the pace in terms of where the games have been going. But that's where it's tense. It says, oh my goodness, BeastMode says, give me that. Takes it right out of the hands of FaZe Clan.
Just put another one on the fire. Nothing more than a penalty kick out of BeastMode. 3 goals, 2 assists here in the grand final.
First Killer did not like that one at all. You can kind of see it there in the cams. Looking a little frustrated. Will we see him activated?
Like
First
this.
Killer. Oh, beast mode though. Saying not on me, not right now. FaZe Clan still in the offensive front, still trying to get some work going. First Killer, it's in! They strike back quickly to tie.
Score on him, all you're doing is making him angry. Sypical chases Daniel into the net, and First Killer plays it low, realizing Daniel's probably going to be staying high, especially if Sypical could catch up to him. Brilliantly done by FaZe Clan. We're all tied up here in the first minute of Game 4. Oh, good pick by BeastMode. Daniel running forward now. He could factor into this, trying to get a piece of First Killer, and I think he did at least clip him, but First Killer recovers and makes the stop.
Ball a little too low. Oh my goodness, beast mode. That carry is incredible. First two. If Daniel was there, it would have had a clean shot on. I like him, the ability to be able to grab that while it's turnaround, then turn that into a play. Great stuff there, but like we said, FaZe defense still able to hold on, even when they look very uncomfortable sometimes in front of their own goal line.
Featured a couple of overtimes between these two squads, all 3 games decided by just 1 goal. Usually a very late goal in regulation as well. Here goes Daniel. Typical to slow him down. Daniel eliminates him off the field for a moment. He'll spawn in opposite side, and he'll need to jump back into the play as BeastMode set that one just wide.
Also gonna take care. FaZe Clan trying to equalize, but a lot of respect given to the side of V1 could prove fatal. As another, again, save there out in front. That will be FaZe's 4th here. 5th now, compared to V1 sitting at 1. It's been very one-sided here, possession-wise and shooting-wise, but that's a laser. Daniel able to meet it.
And that was through traffic too. That ball could have gone a lot of different places if somebody else got a touch on it. Great reflex. That one blocked by Calm, who guessed right. And now it's missed, lobbing another back in. Calm ran out of real estate on the side wall and just getting it out of the way of First Killer, who's still there waiting for a redirect opportunity. Nothing there. Now everybody's going to scramble back, and not a lot of boost to work with to do so. So Mist can just lob it downfield. Went after BeastMode deep into the version 1 net. He'll be out of position for a moment, but then the ball, as it often does, seems to find him.
Look at him. He's taking his time now, trying to pull out Daniel. Seeing, okay, we don't mind giving you guys space, and clearly they seem no stranger to it, but hey, someone's got to make contact there. BeastMode gets away with one, V1 up.
They both must have said, I got it, and then they both must have said, okay, you got it. That means no one got it. 2-1 the lead now for version 1, just inside 2 minutes.
V1 win this. They get on tournament point. FaZe Clan have to start fighting now.
Oh, First Killer couldn't get to this one in time. BeastMode with a clean win. Chance for version 1 to not necessarily put this game away, but put a real good touch on it. It's Daniel making it 3-1.
Big goal for Daniel. Awkward on the defense again. Calm with the dish out. First Killer tries to go for it, but Daniel had it read all day long. 2-goal lead, which in this series, the way the defense has been on both sides, you can almost call the game. We're not going to do that here, though. We know how strong both offenses are. Minute 20 to go. FaZe are under the clock.
In very limited action against FaZe Clan, now both BeastMode and Daniel have 9 goals on the season. Here goes Daniel again, just ahead of Sypical. It's got to be so frustrating to get oh so close and then have it knocked away every single time. And that's what's happening right now, as FaZe Clan are just sent chasing the ball and not really able to string anything meaningful together. Daniel knocks First Killer off the side wall. First will turn on this. Calm's right there in his face. That goes to Mist. First Killer got the redirect, but it's wide. And now Sypical denied by Daniel.
Good read out. First Killer trying to send it across to Mist. Mist, no, it's too high. BeastMode had it read anyways and knocked it out. Still, FaZe working. First Killer off the ceiling, trying to get that past Calm, but Calm holds firm defensively as well. Big time clear here. Daniel, a couple chain dashes, plays this low. He just needs to kill the clock. And V1, it feels like they're gonna hold this lead for the next 20 seconds.
this may even be worse in the last 20 seconds than the previous game, because now V1 are just taking shots at the FaZe Clan net with complete disregard for anything, because they've got a 2-goal lead. They're about to have a 2-game lead here in this grand final. It is tournament point for Daniel and version 1.
Add another tick to the top on the blue side there. Daniel is 1 win away from his first regional victory. You talk about super teams. You talk about the caliber of players here on V1. They are giving us that and more. Daniel looking like a superhero out there on the side of V1 here as well. I mean, he's having a stellar performance. FaZe Clan, they've been playing great Rocket League up to this point, but it feels like they've run into a wall here as they call a timeout.
Little hydration break for Mist and for FaZe Clan in general. They now face, first of all, needing to win 3 games on the trot here. And then, after a quick break, would need to win 4 out of 7 again to claim the 4 points and the $10,000 extra between second and first place. To say that it is a tall task is, of course, a huge understatement, especially with how excellent version 1 has been defensively. I think that's been the biggest upgrade of any team in any facet between the winter and the spring. Version 1 is locking teams down here in the Spring Cup.
Locking things down, and they look just so solid while doing it too. I mean, the follow-up challenges have been great. They have a great read of the ball, even defensively. Look at all this chaos that happens in front of the field. Yeah, that one goes in, but the way if you saw V1's defense for the rest of that game, there were plenty of those opportunities that didn't go in. There would be so much happening in front of their box, and they'd be able to mitigate all that pressure. And then on the other side, they would be able to push things forward and really test FaZe's defense, who has been kind of, like we said, they've been holding on. Missed typical, lots of goal line saves out, including First Killer here time and time again. But what you saw earlier on in the tournament, First Killer had that ability to be able to pick apart teams himself. And it's not that easy when you play against a team like version 1 who just have that read on you, know exactly what you can do, because BeastMode Calm is capable, but BeastMode and Dale are especially capable of doing those exact same things.
Including the 2 times here in this series, version 1 has limited a team to 1 goal or fewer in this tournament now 14 times. Just unbelievable numbers out of this version 1 squad, and now they're less than 5 minutes away from claiming the Spring Cup. There goes Calm. Netward easily reflected by First Killer. Now Mist and First have to be on the same page. They're not.
It's open.
Mist got bounced out of the way by First Killer. You could see him look up and roll his eyes. That one's all on First Killer as it's given away to Beast Mode.
Where's the communication? Free net for Beast Mode. Tournament life on the line. You cannot be giving things up that easily. You just took a timeout. What is going on?
Things are falling apart for FaZe Clan, and they've got to find an answer now in a little more than 4 minutes. Calm. Easy shot, easy save for Mist. Get the corner boost, though, in Beast Mode. Can't continue the play on. Daniel taking his turn. He'll hang around, challenge First Killer. First got around him, but only as far as Calm. Just seems everything's disjointed right now for FaZe Clan. Even, you go back to the end of Game 3, I think is where it really started to fall apart. This one's given away, and Daniel scores!
It's open again here. On the side of V1, no one home. Daniel just challenges, says, go get it. They're leaving the net wide open, and now they're down 2.
Ever seen a team just take a knee and kind of tap the ground? This might be what we're seeing out of FaZe Clan right here. Calm. Quick shot, sent away by Mist. And more of the same for version 1. Couple touches defensively out of FaZe. V1's right back in their grill. Dumping the ball back into the zone. First killer demolishes Calm. That will disrupt things. Chance for FaZe Clan. They gotta score here, and they do. Missed is credited as that one slips through.
Big play there. You got to be able to get back in here quickly if you're FaZe. Great dunk out there. Ball rolling in. And Daniel tried to get there, but just couldn't in time. Now, signs of life here for FaZe Clan. Can they stop the bleeding? And can they get back on the board here to equalize after 2 big mistakes early?
That's the first goal for Mist in this series to go with a couple of assists he has. He had been the leading scorer for FaZe Clan against this version 1 squad previously. Of course, only one meeting between the two as first killer goes after Daniel. Daniel's got the clear and then plays this cleanly through to the left side. It's Calm who couldn't get the touch. And now first killer just pop it away. Typical downfield. And say all we want about FaZe looking like a team that's borderline defeated. They're only down 1 goal here inside 3 minutes in game 5.
Like you said, inside 3 minutes is a long time in Rocket League. And FaZe definitely seem to have been able to kind of clean things up defensively, which is a good sign. Rotations seem on form. V1 on the other side of things seem to have kind of slowed down a little bit after scoring 2 early ones. We're halfway through game 5. Tournament life on the line. FaZe Clan down by 1 as they try to fight their way back.
A little physics bomb as that pitches out to the side. And first killer with authority. 80 miles an hour top left.
Talked about fight, and there it is. Perfect placement, perfect power. First killer brings us back, equalized here. If only they didn't give up those goals early, they'd be looking in prime form now, but that's in the past. FaZe Clan need to perform even more offensively if they want to take this and force a game 6.
39 goals for first killer on the weekend, a new season high for him, beating the Fall Open, where he scored 35 in the event. Missed all alone. He's side flip. BeastMode free shot, and he just couldn't get around on it.
So close. Now Mist with space. Gets it past 1. First killer. Can he get the angle? Able to at least push this in good space to where V1 can immediately clear, but there's Demo in front. Calm was looking for another, but blocked by Mist.
BeastMode now has Calm across the way. Bully's first killer out of the way, but Calm, that caught a deflection somewhere and it threw off his timing. Oh, that could have been series. That could have been the tournament. Instead, we play on still in a 2-2 draw. First killer has typical forward, but that one didn't have nearly enough pace to reach him. And version 1 recovers for now.
FaZe Clan now just trying to make sure they don't get too far forward, too antsy, but they got to be careful to watch the bumps. They also got to watch out for Daniel. Great redirect, but this one pitches all the way downfield. First kill is trying to make it into a play. Beast Mode had to die for that. You saw Mist lurking. Another pinch.
No way.
The stealing, it was on target. Mist able to get the save here as well. Laser lights the ball, moving up and down the field.
What a finish that would have been. Coming up now into the final minute. Daniel's going to slow things down. He's got Calm, lead blocker, Mist, had to backflip around him. First killer with the stop. But now it's gonna fall to Typical. First killer's downfield. Can he get the touch? Yes,
he got it.
But Daniel stops it. Give him a savior medal, pass over to Mist. Now first killer tracking, but it's cleared away by Beast Mode. That one's given away though. Calm, launch it towards the net. First killer. Real awkward spot there as he makes the save, falls off the crossbar. Down to 20 seconds now. Mist with a good win. Could not get Beast Mode. Oh, but Beast Mode recovered just at the last second and got in the way of Typical now with 13 seconds left. FaZe Clan have had a couple great opportunities. Version 1 has been knocking on the doorstep as well. Final 5 seconds of regulation. Will we have our 3rd overtime of the series? It's certainly looking that way as Daniel will take control here. Typical takes it away. Surely this goes to the ground, right? Surely it does. No. Oh, first killer kept it. No way. No way. Now we go to overtime. Golden goal for the tournament for V1. FaZe Clan fighting for survival.
1 goal away from the grand final victory. Can V1 pull it off? FaZe battled themselves back into this game and look like a force in the final seconds. There's a bump chance on the play. Calm, able to get the save out there. More pressure from FaZe Clan as they got good possession off the kickoff.
BeastMode gonna take his time. Now he's picked his spot. Oh, he got bumped, but that actually helped out version 1. Daniel wins the tournament! Oh, the storybook ending has written itself!
What a play! And what a goal! Daniel, beautiful placement there, and doesn't get much better than that for version 1. You asked for it. People wanted the regain, and they got it. They came in this Spring Cup, and they owned it. Congratulations to V1 for the win.
The 7th goal for Daniel in the grand final gives him his first RLCS victory. Yes, the man can smile, and he has a lot to smile about. He's finally got the monkey off his back. He's finally got that RLCS victory, and what a way to cap it off. BeastMode getting bumped in the air, propelling the ball further down off the backboard, and it falls right to Daniel, who had the entire defense at his mercy and showed them absolutely none. Disappointment for FaZe Clan, but they've got to feel at least a little bit better this weekend as opposed to last, where they had to walk away feeling incredibly disappointed. They go out 9th through 12th in the Spring Open. They regain, and both FaZe and version 1 have significantly increased their stock looking ahead towards the Invitational next month.
Oh yeah, just so much improvement on both sides. I mean, from a lot of teams here in this Spring Cup, but this one has V1 stamp on it. We'll take a look at the highlights one more time, and we're gonna see that game-winning shot from Daniel. Poetic is the word there to describe V1's tournament run. You can't be happier than that. And to bring it back to talk about it all, we gotta send it to the desk whenever they're ready.
Oh man, the V finally stands for victory again. Version 1 take home the Spring Cup presented by Mobile One Championship. And for Daniel in particular, what an accomplishment. He's finally got the win, Gibbs.
It's so great to see. It was game 1 hat trick as well. Daniel just popping off throughout that series. It wasn't like, oh, he joins this team and they carry him to a victory. No, he was performing in this grand finals. He was the MVP of this grand finals in my mind. And Daniel, it has to feel amazing. He went from one of only 3 players in NA to make a grand finals and never win one, to now crowning himself champion alongside, obviously, just version 1 in general. They miss out on the major, then they get a 9th after this bold roster move, this big blockbuster move that is supposed to make waves, and it doesn't. And then you're starting to worry about them, but this is why you make that move, because when they're peaking, they can beat anyone.
I mean, Jorby, you and I were so confident that this was FaZe's match to lose. They weren't in the driver's seat at any point through this series.
No, I mean, the series started off, version 1 get those 2 quick goals, but then FaZe fought back and they scored, they forced overtime, and I thought, okay, FaZe gonna end up taking this OT. They got the momentum, but no, version 1, that the mental stability to be able to fight back and win that game, and then not just Daniel, but BeastMode and Calm, and Calm doing a little bit more than just demoing people out there. He was doing some. He had some interesting passing plays with BeastMode near the end of that series. There was some flip reset passes. I mean, that was crazy stuff from Daniel for sure. But BeastMode and Calm played lights out, and I've never seen Fireburner smile so bigly in my life. I mean, he was so happy on those cams. It was great to see.
I mean, I feel like I got that energy from Calm as well here, Gibbs. Like, you saw him immediately to the phone. He's like, and the elation that it's been so long since I've gotten to feel this pride of being at the top of our region. They're finally there. They get to enjoy that for 4 weeks now.
Yeah, what a performance by Daniel. He was involved in 2 goals per game in that grand finals. It was just an amazing show. And we talked about beast mode throughout this entire tournament, leading in goals per game for the entire tournament, just popping off. And version 1, they did this in style. They did a speed run throughout this tournament. They lost 3 games throughout the entire tournament, and this is against, NA's best, or at least a few of them, because a lot of the top 4 seeds actually dropped up pretty low. But we won't talk about that. But FaZe Clan at the end was peaking. They were running through that lower bracket so easily. First Killer, I don't know if he's had a better tournament before. Every touch was magic, and he was still performing throughout this final, but it wasn't enough. Version 1, Daniel, BeastMode, and Calm will be incredibly happy to walk away now tied for first in spring points.
I mean, what does that say about how good version 1 are? The First Killer's having his best tournament of his career, and still V1 is the team walking away on top with this one, folks. It's such a big win. We've got Subi standing by with Calm to talk about the win.
Thank you very much, Wave. Appreciate that. I am joined by Calm from version 1. And first off, congratulations, Calm. That was quite the series. You guys looked absolutely dominating, but I'm going to get right to the first question. You guys didn't lose one series this entire tournament. You dropped 3 games. What was the difference between this regional compared to last?
We ended up losing the last regional, but we didn't take it very hard because we knew there was a lot to learn. I think the number one thing that we took away is the style we were trying to play. None of us were comfortable with. And I think at the end of the day, what matters most when you're playing is that you're comfortable, especially when you have 2 players as talented as we have on our team here.
Oh, get out of town. Put yourself in that convo.
Well, that's what I started thinking is I think I'm an average pro, but I have a AoE debuff. I just bring the other team down. So it's my teammates are incredible. I'm I'm not as good as them. I'm not going to claim to be, but I can bring the other team and make them just as bad as me.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've never seen a team of 2 in the RLCS. It takes 3 to win, and they can't do it without you. You are an integral part of the success from version 1. But it was an emotional roller coaster in games 1 and 2. Lots of highs, lots of lows. What's that like going through that in the moment?
I think pretty much any time we got scored on, we felt like it was just, a communication error or some simple mistake. So it was very easy to brush off. And plus we're, like I said, comfort's the most important thing. We're so comfortable this regional. We're so confident. We know as long as we're all comfortable and we're all playing well, we are just the better team against any team that we're going to be playing.
You just said communication error. And I noticed when I was watching the player cams, anytime it was up, it seemed like you were talking. And I know you're a talkative guy. I know you love getting in opponents' heads and all that, but they can't hear you. So you're talking to your teammates. Is this trying to help them know what's going on off camera? Or is that just letting them know where you are? What kind of take me into your mind is why you're talking so much?
Yeah, so that's actually a good question. Of course, I'm always commenting where I am, what I'm doing, if I'm bumping, what I'm doing. But I'm also telling my teammates, if they're on the ball, I want them to solo play. I'm solo play, slow it down. I'm going to bump, and then I go and bump, and my teammates just sit behind the ball. I get a demo, and they get a free 1v1. Or sometimes I'll talk about the greater scheme, watch passes, or even if I'm not there, on defense, I'll be cut pass. I'll try to let them know. And I also try to remind them, slow it down, no pressure during the game. We don't have to force anything. We're the better team. The goals will come.
That kind of brings a second part to the question. How long did it take you to get good at that? Because I know personally when I'm playing with friends or whatever, I can't talk when I play. I cannot do that multitasking. How long has it been or is it just something that's come naturally over time?
I think it's a mix of the two. I think I have some kind of ability for it, but also, I've just played enough and I've practiced it enough. I practice calming a lot when I'm off the ball. Most of the time I'm not on the ball, so I have to figure out how to calm then. And I think I've really grown over the past 2 years, I'd say, at reading the overall play, reading what's going on between teams and the general play style and everything that's going on in the grand scheme, the bigger picture. And I think if I can help to communicate that to my teammates, then I'll make their lives a lot easier.
It looked like it was pretty easy for them. It looked like it was easy for you guys in general this entire tournament. But I'm going to put you on the spot, and I'm going to force you to come up with one thing that version 1 needs to improve on before the Boston Major to find success there.
It's got to be communication. We have to be more assertive whenever we want people to challenge for us, whenever we're waiting. Really, I think outside of that, we were, almost perfect this regional. The only goals that we tended to give up in almost every series, the only games that we lost were just off of communication errors where we gave up free goals that the other team didn't have to work for. When they have to work for the goals, they usually aren't scoring them.
Well, as a fan of Rocket League, got to thank you for just a great weekend of great games. It was so fun to get to watch and see you guys back in the driver's seat of North America. And, the floor is going to be yours. I want you to take some time and shout out anyone you want to. because you never know when this moment could come again.
Yeah, of course. Feels good to be back on top. I appreciate all the support from everyone. I've been kind of silent on social media for the most part. I've really just been focusing on my game, and that's been the most important thing for me. I've just put my head down, grinded, as have my teammates. Only people I want to shout out here, my teammates, Fireburner, just incredible. We put in a lot of work. They're all really talented, all funny, all great guys. I'm glad to be friends and teammates with them.
Well, that was awesome, Common. I appreciate you sitting down, taking some time, and I really hope that we get to hang out in Boston a little bit.
Me too.
Speedrun's a great analogy for version 1 here in the upper bracket. Only dropping 3 games, not enough to lose a best of 7 across the entire tournament here as they take down the Spring Cup.
It's insane.
I do like how Com was like, I have an AoE debuff and I make everybody on the game worse. I'm like, that's a great.
It's literally
way to look at demos, I guess.
It's the old adage of don't argue with an idiot. They'll bring you down to their level and then beat you with experience. I feel like he's like, I'm just going to make you all as bad as I am, and I've been this bad for longer than you have, so deal with it.
Zach, I do love that because I'm like 20 tiers worse, but I am Grand Champ too, and I feel like I do that AoE debuff too, just boost steal and demo. But we got to look at the points here real quick because this is incredible. Because if the season ended today, version 1 would technically be the #1 seed. FaZe Clan would have to play a tiebreaker to make it to Spring Major. That was the difference in this one match alone. Against Gen G. Yeah. There is a 4-point gap to making the Major to not. You will not want to miss the Spring Invitational. There's still 10 teams technically that have a realistic shot to make the Major. That is insane. You will not want to miss that day 1 for sure, because when teams get knocked out, that's it. They're done. And that includes teams like version 1 and Complexity. There's a real chance if they don't advance out of day 1, they are out. And then we look at the leaderboard to make it to the World Championship. And obviously, top 3 is a fantastic spot to be in because you will qualify very likely for the main event at the very least. There's a race there too. G2 and Complexity are fighting for that 3rd spot. And then you go down to where Space Station Gaming is. They are the gatekeepers right now with version 1 to try and hold everyone else back to make that World Championship. And if they both make Major, they will be very happy about that. But if they slip up in that Spring Invitational and one of these other teams, Jorby, like Furia, comes out of nowhere and makes that Spring Major, that spot is still up for grabs because it's double points at the Spring Major, and obviously Spring points are worth more anyway. So you just never know. This will be the most exciting end to a North America season ever.
This will be the most exciting end to the spring split since we've moved to this format, and it'll lead us in to what will hopefully be the most exciting spring major of all time out of the 2 that have happened. Exclamation point tickets if you think you can make it there to Boston. I know I'll be there. I hope we all get to see you there. Guys, this has been such an amazing week, and we've got another week of fantastic action coming up here on the same channel. It's been on all the other channels as well across the Rocket League category here in the esport. First touch going to be on May 24th at 10 a.m. Pacific as usual, but then Sub-Saharan Africa, Europe, South America, and APAC going to be kicking off things over the course of the next weekend. South American action. Any primers for what's going on, what's going to be going down this week in South America, Jorby?
Well, Crew won the last regional. They took down Team Secret. That was a massive win for them, but it's pretty much, the same old story right now. There was a new team that was formerly the Club that got into a top 4 spot, and some other usual suspects as well. The race is still as hot as ever down there, but Crew definitely look like the strongest right now.
Folks, you're not going to want to miss it. Lots of Rocket League action to come. Thank you guys so much for watching the Spring Cup presented by Immobile One. Congratulations again to version 1 on their victory. 4 weeks from now, the most intense Spring Invitational in the history of RLCS goes down right here on twitch.tv/Rocket League. Thanks for watching. See you there.
She found a way into my heart. She don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, 'cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. Back to you. I'm lonely. Hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you.
What's with these seats, bro? I thought you had the hookup.
Dude, it's all us retired players get.
Can you believe we're here? Game 7, grand finals of the World Championship?
Yeah, I mean, it's cool and all, but what about me? What about, like, everybody else?
Everybody else?
Yeah, like all the players looking to make it to the next level. Like, what if there was a tournament for them?
Yeah, but who's gonna do that?
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a chronic, I'm a mentality. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it. The pass down. It's unbelievable.
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mid condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place, and it'll be a kitchen. This how we float to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent